It's not that
Okay,
his
we're
views have
live.
adapted.
Camera got messed up.
It's not that in the face of new information, okay, he's moderated some views or he leans a different way. There's a very big difference between that, which is natural, which is healthy, and a complete
No, I hear
180
myself.
to where your perspective
Do I hear?
and a complete
No, I hear.
180 between that, which is
There
natural,
we go.
and a complete
No, I hear
180
myself.
to where your perspective
And there. Okay. Think I got it all settled out there. Should be good. Good there. All right, we're good everywhere. Cool. It's actually pretty cool that Rumble has that feature where you can multi-stream through their website. So it takes a little bit less off of my computer. I was really struggling the other night to stream anything, games and all. So we'll see. We'll see. Hopefully this works out. Just getting things set up here. Got the screen changed. Got notifications set up again for okay, that's good. Doctor's appointment tomorrow. And we're gonna do a kick. Yeah, I really don't care about Twitch. Sadly. All right. We're good. Okay, make sure my legs are all wrapped up. I was just checking out the recent Crowder video. And then 2C has something going on with the RGC, so I wanted to check that out as well. Maybe we'll play some games and keep an eye on the news, you know. Normal stuff for the night. Nothing too crazy. Meds have been kicking my butt lately, so you know. That doesn't help me get anything done. Eesh. Okay, 1080p is all I can get on that. Cool. Dashboard here. All right, I got goals and a scroller going up top now finally, and I got the follower. I don't have any like chat commands. Discord, connect Discord. Yeah, why not? Authorize. I'm setting up my notification for Discord, I guess. Oh. Hitting the wrong buttons. Control C. I guess it would be Rumbot. Sec. There we go. That should work, hopefully. Rumbot should be good. Okay, go to the dashboard. Keep this there. We're live. We're good. We're happy. We're healthy. Awesome. Okay, everything looks good. Let's go forward a little bit. Oh, 2C's live. Let's see what he's got to say about the IRGC and these US talks. I'm keeping an eye on Iran lately, and he's the one that's been muted. He doesn't know. No. Okay, he knows now.
I just realized I was just talking to myself for about 2 weeks. Oh my god, that was the most embarrassing start to live streams in history of live stream. I wasn't even muted. People kept saying you're on mute. I wasn't on mute. This thing died. Anyway, welcome back to 2C TV. This is your global news channel. I'm Maya 2C, and we have technical difficulties as usual. Anyway, so 2 minutes and 25 seconds into the live stream, we are now officially starting. So if you joined us late, doesn't matter. We are back. Where was I? All right. The talks between the US and the Islamic occupation are not going too well. The IRGC, before the talks have even started, which is supposed to be Friday, the IRGC are shooting themselves in the foot. And if you haven't seen our previous report earlier today, we obviously talked about how Friday is going to be the talks, but the US government
IRGC keep shooting themselves on the foot.
And the Islamic Republic state media have now deleted that report as well, that in terms of the talks, Friday. But they've done a bit of a boopsie. I think they have the upper hand. But we're going to talk about all this in this live stream. Hopefully the sound will continue. Before we begin, as I promised every day, I'll try to debunk the biggest fake news of the day on social media or mainstream media before we begin our main report. The award of today's fake news goes to the Times of India. Oh dear God.
One of the
Direct
worst news
path
sites
to World War
ever.
III. Russia officially enters US versus Iran war. Yeah, no.
No.
That's just a lie. We also had all these other weird nonsense on social media saying, "Oh, we've just heard the Americans have just attacked Iran." Like, calm down. Show me the evidence. In fact, it's the exact opposite because the Russians have already withdrawn direct support. They are indirectly supporting the Islamic Republic, but not when it comes to military direct support. So this is fake news. This is just basically to create hype and excitement and obviously clicks. That usually tends not to work because if you do a few of the fake news nonsense, your outlet, your channel will go down, reputation done. The exact opposite of 2CTV. We are now at 1,397,000 subscribers. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Let's talk about what the Islamic Republic are now talking about. Despite the announcement that there will be talks on Friday. Now, of course, as things stand, the Americans have still not confirmed the Friday talks. And we are still expecting the discussions to happen on Friday, but it doesn't seem to have a good start right now. Massive roadblock. Now, Shamkhani, also I just realized, Goldie has, well, she tried to call me when I didn't have audio. Thank you so much, Goldie. Yeah, I got the message. That's why I panicked. I was like, what's happening here? I don't really have any sound. Shamkhani, who's the advisor to Ali Khamenei, who, by the way, was supposed to be dead during the 12-day war. Somehow he survived. He came out officially and said, enriched uranium will not be transferred out of Iran. If the US attacks, we will hit Israel. Now, the government part of Iran, as opposed to the state part of Iran, so you got the Islamic Republic infrastructure, the IRGC, which is led by Ali Khamenei. Then you got the actual politicians, the government, so the president and the foreign minister. They're all puppets of the IRGC and Khamenei, but they are the more diplomatic side, not in reality, but in terms of the persona, in terms of the theater. It's all show. And so usually you get the government side to say the nice things. Oh yeah, of course we will negotiate. And then the supreme leader side just bark like a crazy dog. But
they're both
despite
barking
the
like dogs.
diplomats from the Islamic Republic saying, yeah, we would be considering, we've been talking to Turkey, we might consider sending out uranium to Turkey or Russia. The message from the supreme leader is no, we are not doing that. Now, this is not going to end well.
No.
We haven't even started the talks. It's Monday, it's not even Friday yet, and that's already a problem. The Israelis, who continue to have emergency meetings inside the government and the IDF, have now placed their private ambulances on a nationwide standby for the next few months, 5 months. Obviously, these are as tensions escalate between the Islamic Republic and the Israelis. One main fear is that even if the Israelis are prepared when it comes to their self-defense, it's still a small country and there could be huge damage done depending on what the Islamic Republic try to use against Israel. But going back to Ali Shamkhani, on behalf of the supreme leader, he says that apparently the IRGC were quite patient during the 12-day war. I don't think you were patient. You were paralyzed, but okay. He says the patience of the 12-day war will not be repeated. It is possible that the one who starts this war will not be the United States. So you might say he's implying, but I would say he's directly saying that the IRGC would start this war this time round instead of America. I'm like, okay. If you're going to say this before your so-called negotiations on Friday, go for it. I'm really much behind you. Trust me. Keep doing it. Keep digging. It doesn't help. But the summary of this interview was one: if the US attacks, we will definitely hit Israel, which is a given,
like it's ridiculous.
Obviously,
how stupid they are.
Enriched uranium will not be removed from Iran. That is a bit of a whoopsie. We will not negotiate on non-nuclear issues. So that includes ballistic missiles or end the support for proxies. Which means, as things stand, let them talk. Let them negotiate. Nothing's going to happen. There is not going to be any deal. This is not a good idea by the IRGC, thinking that they are just simply trying to buy time. Buying time is not going to do much. Even if you're waiting for more equipment and resources to get there from Russia and China, nothing is going to be helping you against the American empire. And of course, with the combination of the Israelis at the same time. Now, they've also said, he said, Shamkhani said, if the Islamic Republic is attacked, it's not just the Persian Gulf countries and the Middle East that will be hit. Azerbaijan will also be targeted. It is the most unnecessary threat that I've heard in a very long time. So they are going to go after everybody. The reason they mentioned Azerbaijan is because the special forces of the United States are currently there, and they've been doing some routine scenarios and training. But that's why they mentioned it, to basically say, we know what you're doing. We know you're basically encircling around Iran, and we are watching you. That's basically the main point. Now, the reports that came out earlier, and I briefly mentioned the previous live stream, that said the IRGC officials are now increasingly concerned that the US attack could weaken the regime's grip by pushing basically the people who were doing the uprising to come back into the streets. Now, I tried to think of this because most of the time when you see news articles on websites, publications, you have to think twice, probably 3 times. Who gave this story? Who benefits from this story? And what is the angle? Sometimes it's just propaganda. Most of the time it's propaganda. Nothing wrong with it, but you have to try to assess which side is doing it and to what purpose. So is it the American side creating this story that if the US attacks Islamic Republic, they get weakened and the Iranian people will come back on the streets? Because that is a guarantee anyway. We know that's a guarantee. Why do they have to mention this as a news story, right? Do you think that this could be the Iran lobby try to create urgency for the Islamic Republic inside Iran to be terrified a little bit, to make more concessions with President Trump? That's still more likely. Or another angle, the White House. It's in the interest of the White House right now to bring back urgency. When President Trump was posting things on social media 3 weeks ago, 4 weeks ago now, about help is on its way, stop killing people, the regime change, that was in the middle of the hype. Everything was happening, right? Yeah, people were winning. Things have calmed down because of the crackdown right now. The White House also, it's in the interest of the White House to publish a story like this with Reuters, with Washington, the Wall Street Journal, to create the atmosphere that, hey, if something happens to the Islamic Republic, the Iranian people are going to come out anyway, and the revolution will happen. Don't blame it on Trump. It will be the Iranians that will finish the job, to create the reality that doesn't exist yet, but it could exist in the future. So that's that report that came out. But inside Iran, the leadership are just talking nonsense again. You got the head of the armed forces in Iran declaring a change in military doctrine. It's the same thing. It's death to America, death to Israel.
Okay.
He says, after the 12-day war, we've changed our doctrine to adopt an offensive military approach. So when you were, for about 47 years, chanting death to America, death to Israel, when you were kidnapping American citizens, when you were killing American citizens and Jews, that was an offensive. So that was defensive. That was some sort of self-defense, right? Reactionary. Now you're going to be offensive? This is just nonsense. They've got nothing else to say. But the problem is the whole structure of the regime is based on propaganda, which means that every single day,
all propaganda,
they've created a situation where their own media and their own so-called journalists will have to interview the leadership. And these are all pre-prepared questions anyway. But then because they literally do more interviews and more speeches than any other group of politicians around the world, even more than President Trump, and he's always in front of cameras anyway. But the problem is, when you ask people to keep asking you questions, pre-prepared questions, you're going to run out of things to say. So you're just repeating the same nonsense and then you're creating some weird answers. Oh, now we're going to be offensive. Sure. Okay, darling, you can try that. In terms of the movement by the Americans, the latest that we have towards the Middle East, resources are still being sent. Another transport aircraft by the US is now making its way towards the Middle East. It's actually it's near Jordan right now. So that came from Europe, RCH
Ballistic missile defenses are moving in.
We are keeping an eye on that. President Trump also subtly posted things again on social media, which we'll talk about this in a second. But before we do that, let's go to Pete Hegseth, Secretary of War, who said, reminded the Islamic Republic of what happened to Nicolas Maduro. Now, this is quite funny. He said, do you remember when Maduro was saying, come and get me? And we did. That's basically the message.
The most sophisticated single raid in the history of the planet. No other president before President Trump would have had the guts to make that call. And no other military in the world has the ability to do it. I remember when Nicolas Maduro mocked us and said, I'm right here, come get me. Well, he found out. All of this brings me back to why I'm here looking you in the eye on this cold Florida.
Oh, I just lost my own voice again. What is going on tonight? That wasn't even me. Why was I on mute again? It's not going too well. It's only Monday. It's all falling apart. That was actually the glitch because of the video. Anyway, where was I? I was just talking to myself like a crazy person. Oh my God. Anyway, as I said, it doesn't matter what the Islamic Republic are trying to do because they want you to think that they are buying time. All these cargo planes, aircrafts from China going to Iran, from Russia. I can assure you most of these equipments coming from China, for example, are for defense. So air defense systems and everything else. They're not going to be able to give them any sort of high-tech weapons for the offensive strategy because the Islamic Republic would not know what to do with them anyway. And also they're going to get the biggest blame by the Americans that you helped the Islamic Republic with your weapons to hit us. Now that is basically a very semi-warm war that you have to deal with. But as I said, President Trump posted this subtly on social media, on Truth Social. Iran is turning into the North Korea of the Middle East. Now, he's been doing that for the past couple of days, subtly keep posting things. And he doesn't even say anything himself. He's just posting screenshots of other people saying things. And it's all about Iran. Now, these are just subtle messages. He's doing his own thing to buy time. The Islamic Republic are doing their own thing to buy time. Let's just see who's going to be able to buy more time and run out of time as well. He did mention earlier about the Islamic Republic and the negotiations. Said that we are talking to Iran. If we can work something out, that will be great. If we can't, probably something bad will happen. Now, also, this is repetitive, right? President Trump has been saying that for days now. But the way he's saying it is basically becoming too casual, too, yeah, if it works, if it works out, if it works out, it doesn't, something's going to happen. He keeps preparing the mindset. Let's go.
Right now we're talking to them, we're talking to Iran, and if we could work something out, that'd be great, and if we can't, probably bad things will happen.
Probably bad things will happen. Now, in regards to the situation with the Americans and the military equipment, we can also now report in terms of the US Navy, the E-6B Mercury departed from their Tinker Air Base. And obviously these guys serve as the airborne command post for the US nuclear forces, for the submarines. It's essentially, it will help them communicate with each other and the bombers as well. And these things are crucial in case you need to take a wider military action, not necessarily limited airstrikes. If you need to be able to communicate between the submarines, the aircraft carriers, the bombers and everything else, these guys would be the main hub to communicate. But that aside, people in Iran are still trying their best to stay focused, to keep calm and carry on. Things are not looking too good, not just because obviously the fact that every family at this point in Iran has someone or knows someone who's either been murdered or kidnapped, whatever's happened to them. Not just that, on a daily basis, things don't look good. People are, at the same time, the message from Iran is, we are ready to come back out the first opportunity that we find. Right now, obviously we can't because there are tanks all over the streets, and it will be helpful if President Trump could come and help, or Netanyahu. But at the same time, it's important for us not to forget the heroes, the fallen heroes of this revolution. This is another one. Ali Raza Mousavi.
Well, they were kids.
And Mousavi Noor. This was his final message that he posted online. If I don't come back online, don't forget me. Know that I didn't die for nothing. Say my name too at the celebration of freedom. He was then murdered on the 9th of January in Baharistan in Esfahan alongside his close friend Behruz Bigdeli. There are many of these names, many of these voices, many of these fallen heroes who will not be forgotten after the revolution is completed. But as I said, the Islamic Republic, it was them that mentioned earlier about the Friday being the beginning of the talks. The interesting thing about that is that the Americans didn't confirm the day. The Americans said, yeah, we are preparing to start negotiations. And when the FAST agency, which is the Islamic Republic news outlet, and Tasnim, initially reported this and said that President Pezeshkian has ordered the government to start negotiating with the Americans on Friday, they have now deleted that report. Now, it's difficult to tell if they actually messed up. They tend not to completely, even though the regime is all over the place, nobody knows who's actually giving orders. And I think the mixed messaging from the government side and the IRGC side is a little bit confusing even for people who are the minions. But this seems a little bit coordinated, that they probably wanted to test the waters. They prematurely announced the Friday talks, and the whole world believed it. And now they wanted to create the reality again, basically. Then they had to delete the reports. But the deleting the reports is not an embarrassing thing. It's not the same as, oh, when you post something embarrassing on social media, you're going to have to delete it. Oops, I made a mistake. It's not that. This is also to test the waters, to see the reaction from the US, to create urgency, because they've already created the reality that Friday is going to be the beginning of the talks anyway. They said, yeah, we spoke to Witkoff, he's going to come to Istanbul. So Witkoff now has to go to Istanbul. So it's that is a bit of a dilemma right now with in terms of basic communication before the talks have even started. It doesn't, as I've been repeatedly saying, it doesn't even matter if the talks begin or not, because it doesn't even matter if they even sign a deal, a treaty or not on nuclear. None of it is relevant. It doesn't save the regime. Some people still believe that this is some sort of negotiations for the survival of the regime. This is going to save the regime. It doesn't. It's complete, meaningless, irrelevant talks about nuclear. Yep. It's completely stupid. But it's fascinating that the Islamic Republic are still going along with it. But they also know that they need to have plan B, plan C, plan D. Because obviously they don't trust President Trump from their perspective. because they are questioning it, just like how we've been questioning it. Why is it that suddenly President Trump randomly care about nuclear? Didn't he tell us about 2 months ago that he destroyed the nuclear? The Islamic Republic is no longer a threat when it comes to nuclear. It's over. And suddenly, we want to talk about nuclear. So even they can question it inside the regime because they know this is just a distraction. And they think that they might get trapped on Friday or whenever the actual talks begin. Because President Trump is not just going to give you more red lines, because he's already created so many crazy red lines for the regime. They can't say yes to any of that. End the proxies end the support for the proxies, ballistic missiles and everything else. It's impossible for the regime to say yes. What you can have is a limited deal about just nuclear. Irrelevant. Who cares? It's not even an important problem anymore. The existence of the regime is the main issue, and the military, the mobilization of it by both the Americans and Israelis haven't stopped. And the Iranian regime can see this. They're like, well, you want to talk to us? Who are these guys? Still getting close to the Middle East. Now, luckily, I still have audio. Yes, no sound. I heard that was a. Most of the super chats are about the sound. Good one. I hope there is an exception for cutting and pasting in the chat when there is no sound. Yes, I know. Yeah. The problem is that I didn't even see the live chat when the sound went. Give Goldie her props. OMG, World War III again, kids these days. I know. Why is everybody obsessed with World War III? It's so embarrassing.
They are. People are obsessed with World War III.
Just show you're passionate. You were just so excited. Why is that why my microphone completely fell apart? It's not like I put myself on mute, even accidentally. I don't know what's happened with this thing. Luckily, I had my backup, which helps. It's so weird. Anyway, it's fine. We got the fresh microphones actually arriving tomorrow, so even better sound quality than this. Sorry, I can't concentrate on what you're saying. I can't stop laughing. The whole chat was screaming at you, stop, no sound. And you're just so serious. You just kept going. You do realize I'm going to have to cut that, the beginning of the live stream. So people who are watching this later on, they're going to be very confused about, what are you guys talking about? There was no problem with sound. Because I'm just going to completely cut the whole thing. So you're all talking, it's fake news. Nothing happened. There's absolutely no evidence of any technical difficulty apart from that middle bit. Might have to cut that bit as well. Didn't the IRGC declare war on the US and Israel decades ago? Yeah, only about 47 years ago. Come on. And every day, every Friday, Friday prayers, and never did rescind it. If so, how could the US or Israel ever start this war? See? That's actually my line. I've been saying that since the 12-Day War. It's like the Islamic regime already started the war in 1979 anyway.
Yeah, that's...
Especially after they kidnapped Americans. You know, that doesn't really help, does it?
It's funny. They're weird people.
The wise men
funny
from
and weird.
The East were from Persia. Yeah, because they were wise.
What, Baba?
Can you please inform Goldie that I got BSc Honours computing work as desktop support, earn more than 30,000 per year. I am high value man. I'm high value man. You should say I'm a high value man. My heart is broken. Can Goldie be my bride? My
maybe some Band-Aid on the Neosporin.
Skinny.
You can't take your toe off. You can't.
She could do better. Goldie, say no. Stop proposing to Goldie on my channel.
We can put Neosporin on it. That should help it.
Ricardo, from Ariel Ricardo, is there any particular reason that King Reza Pahlavi is recently less present? It's not less present. Thanks.
He's in Israel right now.
Big hug from
Pahlavi.
Well, he's not involved in the actual military war right now. He's doing his own thing anyway because he's the leader of the opposition, and there's a lot of work in behind the scenes. Of course, there is going to be major international rallies on the 14th of February in Munich, LA, and Toronto, I believe. And the Crown Prince's team have also been coordinating with the different governments around the world in terms of the lobbying for the opposition. There's a lot happening, of course. He's releasing statements on a daily basis as well on social media. Daniel says, hi, we didn't do it. Can't prove it was us. There's no attack. Calm down, Daniel. When it happens, you could say that. Quite concerning, the talks. Hope you're right. It's not concerning. Let them talk. It's fun.
Yeah,
Let them negotiate. Khamenei, you better watch your
want them
steps.
to
You're
shoot
pushing
themselves
it.
in the
Pierre
foot,
Starmer
honestly.
caused this glitch. Yeah, just like what they did yesterday when they did signal jamming. It literally in Westminster, it was 5G signal. Everything was perfect. Then the rally starts. I start my live stream, and the whole internet goes down. I'm not actually claiming Starmer did it, but
They might have.
maybe aliens. I don't know. Probably ask Candace Owens. Blame the Jews. Is your sound connected to an Iranian gas line? Yes, it was a gas leak that caused the sound quality.
Yeah, all these
TC
explosions
audio
they've been
fine.
claiming
We
are
fighting these
gas
problems
leaks.
one by one.
I've seen people say
Great.
that gas run to those
Thank you for your
buildings.
coverage. Thank you. Thank you for presenting a side of the brave Iranian people that we don't normally see in the US. I pray that the US military support starts soon.
Yeah.
Gotta wait till the weekend at least. So, unless you get some sort of surprise movements by
Get all week.
any side, whether it's there's. I mean, the IRGC did say earlier that this time the war will not start by the Americans. 10 minutes later, they said, if America starts the war, we'll hit Israel. Like, you just
Yeah,
said
just
you're going to
clowns.
start the war yourself. Why are you blaming the Americans? Make up your mind. Anyway, so we're going to keep an eye on this. The negotiations for, well, Friday isn't confirmed, not by the Americans, but it could still happen. But so far, not really a good start. The talks haven't even started yet. And the Islamic Republic have
Maybe
rejected
later in a
the
little bit.
basic
Like
points
7:38.
to start the negotiations. Thank you so much for
Okay.
watching. I'm Maya Tusi, and we are the media.
Okay. Well, that's good. Good and bad news. Bad news for the Iranians, actually. Modern gunpowder and a muzzle loader. I'm interested. Let's see what happens.
Muzzle loader, and it runs off of black powder. But today we're going to find out what would happen if it was loaded with
Modern gunpowder.
I think I'm going to duck. I think I'm going to duck on this one. Here we go.
Okay. What in the world happened?
What's up, everybody? My name is Scott, and you're watching Kentucky Ballistics. And today we're going to have a little bit of fun with a muzzle loader. Now, you may be wondering, what is a muzzle loader? Well, let me explain it real quick. This is a CVA 50 cal muzzle loader, and this works off of black powder. It's pretty simple. You put the black powder in there, and then you load a 50 cal bullet over top of that, and then you place your primer in the back, and then you pull the trigger one time, and it goes boom one time. Like I
Yep.
said, this thing runs off of black
One
powder.
time gun.
Black powder burns much slower than modern gunpowders. Modern gunpowders burn much faster and create much higher pressures. And you should never use modern powder in a muzzle loader. But what if that accidentally happened? What would happen to your muzzle
What
loader? Well,
if?
today,
That's
we're gonna
always the
find out.
question.
So
What if
before
it
we
did?
start our scientific test, I say we shoot this thing and just make sure it functions. So I'm loaded up with 150 cal bullet, an adequate amount of black powder, and one primer. Let's see what happens.
Smokes a heck of a lot, if I
Here
remember.
we go.
Yeah. Ding. Good bit of recoil too.
That's fun. Not exactly a punt gun, but it'll do. I'm pretty sure I already broke the table. Yep. You know what? We're still using it. We're still
It's a
gonna
new
use
one.
it. It'll serve its purpose.
He's using black powder. A muzzle loader,
What
but with
happens
modern
when we
gunpowder.
get a 6-pound can of pumpkin with the muzzle
Yeah.
loader. Okay, I'm loaded up with another 50 cal ball or round
Yeah.
or whatever. Let's shoot
He's got
pumpkin.
the boy question. What if we did this?
Oh,
That exploded a can of yams. or beans, whatever that was.
That
Pumpkin.
was actually pretty awesome. That thing's packing
pretty
quite
cool.
a punch. I'm pretty impressed. Let's shoot something else. Up next is a target that we have not used in a very long time.
Oh,
This
cheese.
is a 6-pound
Cheese
can
sauce.
of cheese. And I know what everyone says every time I shoot this, but you have no right to say anything because you know what kind of cheese this is?
Nacho cheese.
Nacho cheese. Cheese shit. Blowing cheese up everywhere. Wasn't cut.
I'm actually having some fun with this thing. What
Exploded.
in the world? Won't open. I already broke it. Oh, safeties. I feel kind of stupid. I opened it expecting to pull my shell out. There's no shell in there. Stupid. I promise I'm almost done, but I'm having some fun with this thing. I'm actually pretty impressed with it. We're getting some really good energy transfer. I have a 6-pound can of lemon pudding now.
Now
I've
it's pudding
added
time.
A little more black powder. Let's see what this does. This should kick a little harder. Here we go.
Sheesh.
I kind of feel bad about the science
I
experiment.
can't believe you hung with that thing.
Kind of like it.
Destroy like a
Time
lot
to
of
break
meat,
out
I
the
would
good
think.
Old lead sled. Before we load this thing up with modern gunpowder, I want to do a little bit of an experiment with black powder. So this is what you load a muzzle loader with. It's these little pre-made pellets of black
they're like
powder. I'm pretty sure they
biscuits of
recommend
powder.
2, and I've been told over the years to not really ever go over 3. Well, I'm really curious to see what would happen if you did load more than 3 in your muzzle loader. So this baby is loaded up with 7 of these, and we are going to put it in the lead sled, and we are going to pull the string and see what happens. Hopefully the video is not cut short. All right, I'm gonna duck just a little. Here we go. Oh my God!
Look at that recoil. It jumped. I mean, the barrel's fine,
So, the gun
I guess.
did not explode, but my goodness, you may need to go to the dentist after that one if you
Yeah,
accidentally
don't
put
do that.
7 of those things in your gun.
Accidentally.
Wow. Okay, well, our gun looks pretty good. I don't see any cracks or anything like that. Let's see if it opens. Opens up. That primer is stuck in there pretty good. I will say
Oh,
that.
melted.
It's not just coming out. So definitely had a lot of pressure in there. Okay, I think it's time that we finally put some modern powder in this thing. It is proved that it's actually pretty tough. I'm going to start out with a small amount of modern powder, see if it functions, and then we will move on to a
Yeah,
much
he's
larger amount. Okay,
shooting
here
a
comes
muzzle
our
loader.
first
It's a
test with modern
one-shot
gunpowder.
black powder
This is
gun.
loaded up with a pistol / shotgun
Yeah.
powder, very energetic powder. I forgot my scale, so I'm not really sure how much is in there. Could be 10 to 20 grains, could be 70. I'm not really sure, but we are going to pull a string and see what happens, and I'm excited. Okay, we're in position. Tell you what, I'm gonna go ahead and put this here. Okay. All right. Ooh, you're a little close to that trigger. I don't like that. That'll make me feel good. Ah! All right. I think I'm gonna duck. I think I'm gonna duck on this one. Here we go. It may have, I think I'm gonna duck on this one. Here we go.
Stop.
It may have exploded. Let's go see.
No, dude. Nah, it worked. Nope, it did explode. Oof. Back into the barrel. Holy cow. Well, that's why you don't use modern gunpowder.
Yep, that's it. That did it. I probably put too much in there. I thought it was an adequate amount, okay? Thought it was a small amount, but it was not. We blew this thing. When it went off, I heard little pieces going all over the place, and I just knew like that was it. So as you take a look here, all of this just exploded. I don't even know if the bullet made it out of the barrel. Yeah, it did. Yeah, the bullet made it out. But the breech also made it out. All over the place. Look at that. That's crazy. Those threads, they're so deep. I don't know what this is. Oh, it's just a piece of this. So I would say we definitely answered the question to what would happen if you put modern powder in a black powder muzzleloader. And the answer is possibly a nice nifty 15-inch neck scar. Unfortunately, I will not be able to repair this, but if I would have gotten my start in firearms technology at STI, I would at least know where to start. And if you want to check them out, there's a link in the description down below. I hope you learned something today. If you enjoyed today's video, be sure and give it a like and hit that subscribe button. Oh, that was a good one. Also, don't forget, if you want to pick up a nifty Kentucky Ballistics t-shirt, swing over to the link in the description down below at KentuckyBallistics.com. It's really cold. It just hurts my hands. It's just making me madder.
Poor table.
And as always,
He's got to be sponsored by the table company.
Thank you so much for watching Kentucky Ballistics. I'll see you next time.
He's got to be sponsored. What?
And as I hung up the phone, it occurred to me he'd grown up just like me. My boy was just like me.
What's up, guys? Spenny. Remember the good old days when everybody would make fun of Justin Trudeau for being Fidel Castro's bastard child? And the reason why we would do that is because Justin Trudeau's parents were dirty communists that loved to travel to communist Cuba, had many instances when they met Fidel Castro. His mother was clearly in love with Fidel Castro, and she got around, if you know what I mean. And also, well, Justin Trudeau doesn't look anything like his portly, short, bald dad. He looks everything like Fidel Castro. And so it leads people to ask, like, is this some type of selective breeding thing among the global elites and the Illuminati? Is this some type of sick ritual where they plan out who's going to be running the countries, you know, generation after generation? Just like old royal families? Yeah, maybe this is something like that.
Could be.
More importantly, when Justin Trudeau was conceived, his parents were in the Caribbean. These are just matters of fact. And so, ladies and gentlemen, it's something that we've been researching, and something that shocked us was that maybe Zorhan Mandami is one of these kids. Maybe Zorhan Mandami, with his aspirational and absolutely parabolic rise to one of the most powerful communists on earth, has been installed. And he's just one of these little test tube babies that were bred out for exactly this moment. I don't know, man. I don't know. This is what people are saying on the internet. Let's go and investigate Jeffrey Epstein's secret son. Now who could that be? Sarah Ferguson congratulated the pedophile on the birth of a baby boy, newly released email reveals. Sarah Ferguson congratulated Jeffrey Epstein on having a baby boy shortly after he was released from jail for soliciting sex from girls as young as 14. So-called Epstein files show the former Duchess of York offered him love, friendship, and congratulations on the a note that she sent the pedophile financier in September 2011. Well, all right. She says, congratulations on the new baby boy. I've heard from the Duke that you have had a baby boy. Well, as far as we know, Jeffrey Epstein has no children.
Yeah.
So what's going on here exactly? Enter Zorhan Mandami's mom. Zorhan Mandami's mother is the acclaimed Indian-American filmmaker. Acclaimed? Really? Myra Nair. Her name's Myra Nair. She's born in India. She's a renowned director. Is she really a renowned director? Let's go ahead and check her IMDb. Okay, Myra Nair is a real person. She's a director, producer, and actress.
Rough.
So Myra Nair, this is the kind of woman that raises a communist, by the way. It's the kind of woman that raises a dirty, defund the police communist. So yeah, she is a director. What has she directed exactly? Let's go ahead and check. Kama Sutra, A Tale of Love.
Of course.
Okay, all right.
And
What else
Indian-
has she directed? Children of a
Hollywood.
Desired Sex. Got 1 star. But yeah, that's on a thing that's a thing that she directed. So that's not great. Here's some of the other things that she's directed. A Suitable Boy. I can see why maybe Jeffrey Epstein would be interested in her work. All right.
That's
so
September 11th.
fast forward here. So who exactly was Zorhan Mandami's mom dating in the 1980s? Hey, Grok. Zorhan Mandami's mom up to in the 1980s, and what is the last name of the person she was dating? Here is Grok, the most accurate AI in the world. Zorhan Mandami's mother, Myra Nair, in the 1980s, she directed documentaries like Children of a Desired Sex and Salam Bombay, real winners there at the box office. She's married to Mitch Epstein.
What?
Oh, so she was married to an Epstein. Okay, got it. Great. So she's married to an Epstein. Mitch Epstein. Who is Mitch Epstein? Mitch Epstein is not the same as Jeffrey Epstein. He's a photographer. You see, he's not the convicted sex offender, we're told by AI. All right, fine. But let's go ahead and look to see if there's any further connections. Resurfaced photos link Mandami to Epstein-connected publicist in New York City event. So here's Mandami and his mom going to elitist Hollywood events with Hollywood actors and networking events with other creepy people inside of the entertainment industry, the same kind of people that, Jeffrey Epstein would smuggle and would bring around. And Jeffrey Epstein obviously took photos of himself sometimes with, young kids. Let's just say. Here's the email that says, you have a baby boy. Wow. This is, by the way, after he was a convicted predator. Somebody has to say it. There's a very real possibility that Zorhan Mandami is Jeffrey Epstein's biological son. And the reason why they are really saying this is because Jeffrey Epstein's files show that he had a close relationship with Zorhan Mandami's mom. Ooh. It's not just like putting the breadcrumbs together. She's literally in the Epstein files. Here we go. Just left Ghislaine's townhouse for a party for a film. Bill Clinton and Jeff Bezos were there. So was director Myra Nair, etc. Film received tepid reaction, although the women like it much more. So Jeffrey Epstein did have association with
Welcome home, Gabe.
Zorhan Mandami's mom. This is true. It'll be quite interesting. Myra Nair holding an infant boy, Zorhan Mandami, with Jeffrey Epstein. Rumors circulating that these pictures and recently released photos are true. I think that they're AI.
Mamdani Epstein.
I think a lot of these photos are AI. This is a fake composite. They mix eras. And somebody is actually like digitally enhancing these images. Okay. But these are the images that are making the rounds. Bill Clinton and Zorhan Mandami and the mom. You can run these through the AI generator and they'll say that they're fake. I think this one's fake.
It's definitely fake.
Jeffrey Epstein's holding up Bill Clinton. Zorhan Mandami. But the emails are real. Major investigation underway to determine if reports are true that current New York City Mayor Zohran Mamdani is the biological son of Jeffrey Epstein. Again, this is the AI detection. Part of this images was edited with Google AI. I first met Nir Mamdani in 1991. Funny, smart, and easy to talk to. We caught up briefly at Epstein's party. Hear me out. There's pics of Mamdani's mom with Jeffrey Epstein, and I'm just saying, once you see it, you can't unsee it. Yeah. Oh no, they're doing the thing like they did with Justin Trudeau. That's the same thing. Yikes. There's no evidence that Zohran Mamdani is Jeffrey Epstein's son. The fact that his mother appears in the Epstein files multiple times highlights a much broader and deeper problem, which is the incestuous nature of elite networks. At a certain level, everybody seems to know everyone.
Yeah.
Always connected through this pretty
Always
sick
the same
network.
power level.
Funny how Zohran Mamdani suddenly stopped tweeting about the Epstein files. What did he tweet? Jeffrey Epstein may have accepted his data in court, but wealthy predators involved in the sex ring think they got away with it. They're wrong.
All his bombs
What about your
involved.
mom, dude? She's in the files. What are you talking about? You know, people are outside of Jeffrey Epstein's, the Gracie Mansion, where the mayor lives, screaming about this.
Shame! Shame! Shame!
So that didn't last long. Honeymoon didn't last long, man.
No.
We know about your mom. We know about your mom, Zohran. Mamdani's mother directed Kama Sutra, A Tale of Love. She's mentioned in attending parties with Clinton and Epstein. Okay. Isn't it amazing that Mamdani just arose out of absolutely nowhere with no connections to evil elites at all? Zohran Mamdani knew his mom was in the Epstein files, or is he as surprised as we are? Jeffrey Epstein is Zohran Mamdani's dad. Oh, man. Why have they suddenly stopped tweeting about the Epstein files? Your mom? Just a reminder that AI tells us that Mamdani's dad is actually Epstein. Just a Mitch Epstein, okay? It's a different Epstein. Got it? It's a different Epstein. I can't believe it. When we looked into this, I can't believe it. It's as insane as, I mean, like insane, like I just, oof, whoa. Like, is it really all connected? Are there really breeding rituals for the global elites? Is this what happens? It's like, it's the same thing when we actually really looked into the Justin Trudeau Castro allegations. We look.
As an artist is completely unrecognizable. And it's exacerbated by the fact that he tries to act and convince people that he was always like this. So this is, I think, the problem that Bill Burr is facing. All the things that he's saying now could quite literally be material that he would have used in his dumb guy voice 15 years ago. And what I mean by that is he would create an antagonist voice to simply sort of straw man or to create, a stereotype of someone who would say something dumb. He's saying those things now. Here's a clip of what I'm talking about for those of you who aren't fans.
That's how it goes down. Not just some guy just standing up there. There's Negroes in the pool. You approve of this?
Hey.
I work at the bank. Can I be fired immediately, please?
Hey.
I'm just saying, can you just make the shit
What are you doing?
believable?
And by the way, that was a great bit. One of my favorites. Highly recommended. Now let's go to Bill Burr today.
Crazy.
And he starts really loathing his audience.
Looks like there's a
I'll
bullet in
explain
it.
to you why. Here he is defending his performance in Saudi Arabia when they had that comedy festival, and there was some backlash.
And everybody's just regular. They're dressed different, but they're regular. Like people just shooting the shit. Hey, how you doing? Welcome. We're saying, hey, we're happy to be here. And we're driving around, and then I'm just like going like, I thought this place was going to be like really tense. And I'm thinking like, is that a Starbucks? Next to a Pete's Coffee? Next to a Burger King? Next to a McDonald's? Next to a Pizza Hut? Next to a Dunkin' Donuts? Next to a Krispy Kreme? Next to a Cheesecake Factory? Next to a KFC? Next to a Chili's?
Think of the difference. He was a guy who was never obviously right-leaning, but would speak truth to power and certainly speak out against the elites. And that's what he says now. You could go back in 2008 and picture Bill Burr saying, like, look, these people, right, these rich comics going to fucking Saudi Arabia. Like, no one's talking about the fact they're beheading journalists. Starbucks and a Burger King. Go fuck yourself. You found the food court.
Yeah.
Let's do another one.
I would have liked that bit, by the way.
Let's do another one. Elon Musk being a Nazi. Just picture 2008 Bill Burr saying what he's saying now in his dumb guy voice.
That idiot Elon Musk,
Oh.
that guy, like he's gonna like who evidently is a Nazi. Like I just refuse to believe that it was an accidental 2-time Sieg Heil.
Right, like all these people protesting in the streets, white women who are as privileged. Hey, Elon Musk is gonna say everything's Hitler, like behind every room. Go fuck yourself, you privileged pussy. Right, dude. How about this one?
What do you need?
Where now he's in the whole mode of, you know, happy wife, happy life. It's almost like it's antithetical to the persona of Bill Burr 15 years ago.
I get along great with my wife now. I just basically, I don't die on every hill now. I just go, all right, you know, even if it makes no fucking sense to me, I just think like, you know what, it's just gonna be an argument. I'm gonna give in, and then we're gonna do this dumb shit anyway. So why not just act like I want to do it, you know? And it keeps the peace. I slowly die inside.
His material about not wanting to get married was specifically to avoid becoming that guy.
Yeah.
To be fair, I think that interview there was after his wife wrote and directed and starred in a film where she was having sex with a big black guy with a big black dick.
Yeah, look, whoa, why don't I get married? Right, sign a contract. Dude, sign a contract so that some woman could put me in a basement apartment. I could be one of those guys. Well, happy wife, happy life. She'll be banging some black guy in a movie that she writes saying she's expressing herself. Think I want to become that? Dude, no. Yeah, I hate my life now. I get to do whatever I want. Spend my own money. I'm sitting there, can you take my wallet? Maybe we'll have sex with me later. It's fucking pathetic, dude. That's why.
Oh, listen, Crowder rant. Change the headphone battery.
There was after his wife wrote and directed and starred in a film where she was having sex with a big black guy with a big black dick.
Yeah, look, whoa, why don't I get married? Right, sign a contract. Dude, sign a contract so that some woman could put me in a basement apartment. I could be one of those guys. Well, happy wife, happy life. She'll be banging some black guy in a movie that she writes saying she's expressing herself. Think I want to become that? Dude, no. Yeah, I hate my life now. I get to do whatever I want. Spend my own money. I'm sitting there, can you take my wallet? Maybe we'll have sex with me later. It's fucking pathetic, dude. That's why. It's not because Bill Burr evolved. It's not because he's matured. He is the caricature that he hated for 15 years. And that brings me to how long until you think these next folks do the same thing? The podcast comedy bro thing, right? The puritanical, hey, we're stand-ups, we're in the club. And then, hey, well, we're anti-woke until all of a sudden, maybe we've sort of squeezed as much out of this market as we can. And now it's time to sound like the leftists we hate.
There's a difference right wrong, and there's a difference between like respecting and honoring the Constitution, the backbone of our country, and then completely shredding it. And this is completely shredding it. And now they're realizing that people have noticed it, and now they're trying to backtrack it. But also what we've seen ICE doing, like entering homes without warrants.
No, we're not.
Like arresting people. It is unconstitutional.
I look at, showing up to a high school graduation and deporting someone's father. I go, this seems to a lot of people to be inhumane.
The front of of that Homeland Security
Yeah,
video,
they've
it's on
all,
White House
like-
thing, it's on everything. It's everywhere. And the first
Gone
10 seconds
limp
of it,
noodle.
right? Like, I don't have anything to do with this. And why is the government even making these? I don't know. But that's where we're at in the world.
People are entitled obviously, to have their opinions and to change them. But that
What's the matter, little girl?
changed.
What's the matter, baby?
Why the disconnect? I think people are catching on to this. No, I voted for deportations. That's why Donald Trump has a mandate. That's why he won the swing states by a bigger margin than he had in 2016. And I don't think that it's wrong for ICE to deport illegal aliens. Why are these people surprised?
You ready to get out?
And why do they have Donald Trump on their shows in a lot of cases?
He wants out. I can hold her.
Why were they
well,
able to
you're
curry
jumping.
favor? Well, you go back to Bill Burr. Well, no, I
Who's your
understand where he's
jumper?
coming from. He talked about the Bilderberg groups and the Rockefellers and the gold
I
standard,
can
how
hold her.
money's being printed and how
Yeah.
basically it's just vaporware. Now someone just prints some more so they can have a fourth yacht. Why did that all go away?
How are you?
Why did it all disappear? You're still an acid-tongued comic. Why no critical thought applied to the elites in power now? I'm not getting an answer as to why, outside of metrics and algorithms on social media. And I'm hoping that we look back on this era and remember, okay, some people were allowed in the fold, or we thought they were
How you
amongst
doing,
us.
little
And by the
lady?
way, this could be aside, separate from people being funny. I find people funny with whom I have disagreements on virtually everything. But that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about, in some cases, people who sort of have held themselves out as ambassadors, as the vanguard. And now it seems like they're doing the bidding of the people we fought against. I think there's a big difference. I think people know it. I think people are concerned about it. And I think in this ever-shifting media landscape, it's very important that we all be vigilant. But if some of them are asking for answers, they'll just chalk it up to haters. No, it's a pretty tough sell to the people who bought your tickets, to the people who filled up your theaters, in some cases arenas, to the people who bought products from the sponsors of your podcast, to see you turn on them.
Oh, really?
That's a tough sell. Which brings us to, by the way, the Grammys, speaking of the elites, and this week's Entertainment Minute.
Oh, yeah. The Grammys were ridiculous. Thank goodness
And
I
I can
don't
promise you that
care
we're not going
or
anywhere. I've been
watch
here
it.
before there was an opportunity to grift with a blue bed sheet, and there was no money, and I'll be here long after. On that, you have my word. You can support us. Join Rumble Premium. Mug Club is Rumble Premium. Rumble Premium is Mug Club. You can click that button. Continue with us for another whole 45 minutes or hour of the show, ad-free. You get 100% more show, or don't, and we're going to send you to Tim Pool so you can still watch that free. But over the weekend, thinking, I guess, that they're still as relevant as they once were, the Grammys decided to do... A lot of people don't think that the Grammys are like they be, but it do.
As grateful as I feel, I honestly
Yeah, but they do. They
don't
do.
feel like I need to say anything, but
Then don't.
that
Yeah. Dun, 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 dun. You think that's funny? Okay. Shut down the Rumble. Got anything else going on over here? Oh, I wanted to watch that. Let's see. Oh yeah, they debated last night. It was hilarious. Lemon's devastated. Maybe if I refresh it again, it'll come up. Yeah, there it is. Okay.
Y'all, you're about to see the biggest backfire upon disintegration upon re-entry for the Democrats, because some more polling just dropped right now from A+ rated pollsters that shows you they are not so far off the line. The line is a dot to them. They are so
6,947 illegal aliens with criminal records were just let out on the street.
when this ish hits the
Okay. Okay. Here, you want the water? What are you doing? No
the fan.
microphone.
And I'm going to walk you through the
No, not
entire thing right now,
microphone.
including some more polling tonight at the live stream at 9 p.m. Eastern Time. Make sure you are there on this channel because this is a big turning point in this whole thing. Hit that like button, subscribe to the channel, turn the notification bell on. Guys, you can follow me on X at Braden Ellaway. I don't want to bury the lead. Let me jump right into this. Because what we're about to talk about is the real life implications of all these democratic ideas. Because the second that they open their mouths and they show their policies that they're enacting, and you actually see the realities and the outcomes of their policies, it becomes voter repellent, i.e. 2024, where they lost the House, the Senate, and the White House. Because it's insane. It's overtly insane. And I want you to watch the videos that we're about to play and apply it to your own lives and share this out, please. Because this is what's going to make this entire narrative, poof, gone. Watch this. This is what they just unleashed in Virginia upon the population there with these whole anti-ICE policies. Listen to this. And then I've got some more stuff you need to see. Stay tuned.
These immigrants out of the prisons, it is safer for everyone, not on the street operations. So it seems like Spanberger, she didn't get the memo?
I guess she didn't get the memo because we had a great partnership with Glenn Youngkin and his team on the ground there to make sure that when these criminal illegal aliens who are in the jails, in their custody, once they serve their time, that we are notified and they can be turned over to ICE to be released back into their own country. But Kaylee, I want to give you one example, and your viewers one example of a direct response to this. There is an illegal alien that we arrested from El Salvador in September of last year. He was arrested for strangling with an electric cord his 8-month-old sister.
Oh my goodness.
She was killed because of the policies, because of these new sanctuary city policies out of Virginia. Once this individual serves his time, he will go back onto Virginia's streets because we're not allowed to be notified. That is absolutely heinous, and Virginians are going to be a lot less safe because of this policy.
Trisha, that is insane what you just told me. And I saw on your Twitter feed that in New York, this is just likewise insane. 6,947 illegal aliens with criminal records were just let out on the streets of New York right behind me.
That's exactly right. And we saw the same out of Minneapolis, which of course we're trying to solve for. I'm so glad.
Okay, this is the bottom line. And I know I have some loyal lefty viewers. Please hear me on this on high. And if you are not going to at least look at this objectively and go, okay, this is kind of stupid, then at least spread it around to your friends so I might be able to reach some of them. Because you are actively looking at existing policies that are put in place by the new Virginia governor, Abigail Spanberger, who is going to let
criminal
murderers,
aliens
people who
roam the
strangled an
streets.
8-month-old baby, that's a baby. It's been born, so it's no longer a fetus, I guess, and the old lefty calculus of child, not child, human, not human. But when you're looking at all of these things, they're going to be let back out because immigration is bad. No, at a certain point, the policies are so idiotic, they're just vote repellent. New York lets out 6,000 criminals who are illegal immigrants back into the streets. And you want to talk about recidivism rates, you want to talk about reoccurring crimes. Who are the idiots? I mean, honest to God, who are the morons? Because you're actively putting people who have proven themselves to be not only okay with being in the country illegally, but also committing crimes now back on the streets of New York and on Virginia because of a virtue signal. Oh, don't worry, I've got more. It's going to highlight this point and drive it home a little bit further. Please send this out and let me hear you guys in the comments. I'm trying to do this quickly because I got a lot to get to. Make sure you check out the live stream tonight where I drop some more polling, which is going to blow your mind. Seriously, the 9 p.m. Eastern Time live stream tonight, it's going to be fire. I'll see you there. Okay, now this one is something that I alluded to in another short that I did earlier or last week. I want you to pay attention to the impetus here because the cops in Minneapolis are walking up to a band of protesters who are blocking an intersection. Okay, they're not on the sidewalk. They're not out of the way. They're blocking the intersection because they want to impose their will on others. So the police asked them a question, and I want you to pay attention to their answer and the reason of why they are doing it. Watch this. This is all you need to know. These people are unhinged.
So, what can we do to hurry this up? Because we have fire trucks and ambulances that might need to get through here. They can come through here. You're talking about the community, and we're talking about making sure that your neighbors can get access to emergency services.
City buses have been easily passing, so I suspect.
And we're all here. When they come, we'll move it for them, you know? Frankly, you're the one blocking it right now.
heard there was some masked men like running around over there abducting people.
We're watching the community because you guys aren't.
You're driving with swapped plates on their cars. Why aren't you ticketing them?
Oh,
They've
that's...
got swapped plates on their cars. That's not legal in Minnesota.
Thank you. Take care.
You.
For ice next time.
Yeah.
Good talk.
Okay.
People
First
think
of
they
all,
run
in
the
any other
world.
red state or just any other part of the country that's not insane, that would be dealt with in a very different manner than that. You know
Yeah.
what? Fine, not my thing. I don't live there. Don't care. Here's the underlying principle of this. The police officers approach gently, kindly, politely, and they're like, hey, we need to actually have the streets available for emergency services like ambulatory services or fire department services, or God forbid, a robbery or police services. You know, all of these things that we need roads available for, they don't care.
Yeah.
Well, you're letting ICE do these different things. So you're going to block the road and you're going to stop maybe a grandmother, maybe a mother, maybe a father, maybe an accident, maybe a construction accident, maybe a robbery in commission, maybe a child abduction. All these things, you're going to stop them because, you know what, you'll move it. You'll move. That won't cost time. But it's your virtue signal. It's your litmus test. It's your identity. Because they like to say that MAGA is a cult. These people are willing to sacrifice anything and everything for their proven political point. And honest to God,
Which makes
it
them
doesn't matter
scary.
who gets hurt in the process. You can look right over here in the video I just showed you with
Makes
the
them seriously
emergency
scary.
services. You can look right here with all of the video or all the criminals that were just put out back out on New York City. It's not about the people. It's about their virtue signal. They don't want to deport people
Yeah.
because it's mean. So they'd rather put 6,000 criminals who are illegal immigrants back on the street, obviously. Here's New York's mayor, or governor, Kathy Hochul. She's saying the same thing. Watch. Guys, it's a systemic issue, and it's vote repellent. And the more these policies actually meet real-world application, it's not hard. This is why they lose all the time. They're really good at saying how mean and bad
They're both
something
white
is.
women.
But the
They're
second they open their
crazies of the
mouths on their
crazies.
ideas, everyone's like, holy shit. Every time. All right, let's keep on going.
It's a
Take it away,
liberal
Kathy.
white woman.
Not using our local police. I need them to protect the communities and not have this distrust. And this is what we're hearing, that people are not distinguishing between local police. And we try so hard here to have a positive relationship with our communities of trust. And I want my police going after the murderers, the rapists, the gun traffickers, being available for emergencies.
which are usually the
and if they're out
illegals.
there being deputized by ICE under these agreements that just a few of our counties are doing, they're being distracted. And I do not want that. And I'm not
Not
going to
really.
be
They're helping
supporting
getting
that. And we're
criminals
going
off
to
the
change the
street.
law in the state of New York. If you're not using our local
It's not hard to see what's happening here, guys.
Mhm.
And I'm going to dive into a lot of the polling and a lot of things that are dropping tonight. And it's going to be a banger of a live stream, so make sure you're there. But you have to understand what you're looking at. Is it doesn't matter the consequences on real life people. It matters about my political allegiance. That's the point. That's what this is so clear. And the polling that I'm going to drop tonight is going to show you that in spades. They are on the losing end of this issue. And the second that
They definitely are on the losing end. Let's see what's going on with the shadow feats.
The story is being sold as the U.S. abducted two people from Scotland, but the reality is narrower, messier, and honestly more interesting. It's a sanctions enforcement ship seizure colliding with UK and Scottish jurisdiction and state-to-state power. It's also a preview of what Shadow Fleet pressure campaigns look like when they hit a real coastline with real courts and real politics. I am Mandatory Fun Day, and this is your snapshot report on the Marinara crew removal incident off Scotland. I don't know if that's actually how you're supposed to say it, but I like marinara. Who doesn't? Before we get into the actual video, I want to do a veteran-owned business highlight, okay? Today, I want to tell you about Transcend. Transcend is a comprehensive telehealth company that will connect you with healthcare providers. They will then come up with a protocol to help you just better your life, really. Sleep, performance, health, fitness, they do it all. I started working with Transcend a couple months ago. They gave me recommendations on lifestyle changes and a protocol to follow. And I'm telling you guys, I literally feel 10 years younger. I have no joint pain, no brain fog, nothing. I feel so good. My workouts are better, and I have to tell you guys about it. There's a link on my website that you can click to talk to some of their healthcare providers, do a consultation. They're going to do blood work. They're going to run through everything with you, and then they're going to make recommendations. If you use the code Mandatory Fun Day, you get 10% off your first order with them. Let's get into the video. Here's what we know. The vessel at the center of all of this is the Russian-flagged oil tanker Marinera, and it's formally named Bella 1. And it's tied and reporting to sanctions evading oil trade connected to Venezuela. U.S. Coast Guard and U.S. military special forces seized it on January 7th of 2026 in the North Atlantic near Iceland under a judicial seizure warrant after a pursuit described as lasting more than 2 weeks. After the seizure, the tanker was moved to a position off the coast of Scotland, later associated with the Moray Firth. There are two key individuals associated with this. Okay, so first you have Captain Avtandil Kalandadze. It's kind of a complicated name. He's a Georgian national and the ship's first officer. There's not consistent reporting publicly on the name, and so I'm doing the best I can for you guys here. The captain's wife is Nadia. The solicitor representing the family is Amr Anwar. Legal action in Scotland began with an urgent push for court oversight. Reporting describes a petition for judicial review and request to prevent removal of the captain and crew from the Scottish court's jurisdiction. A Scottish judge known as Lord Young granted an interim order in a restricted form on the following Monday aimed at preventing UK and Scottish authorities or anyone acting on their behalf from removing the captain and crew from the court's territorial jurisdiction. And then the key moment was the captain and first officer were transferred from Scottish and UK waters onto a U.S. Coast Guard vessel, widely reported as the United States Coast Guard Monroe. The ship was a cutter. It's being reported the Scottish interim order was revoked after the court heard the captain was already outside British territorial waters, meaning the court could no longer enforce the order in practice. The lawyer's framing, again, this is the lawyer's language, was that the captain had, in essence, been abducted from Scottish and British territory. The exact word is doing a lot of work online. People see abducted and picture a Black Ops snatch on a sidewalk. They picture this is the Scottish version of Maduro. What is actually described here is removal of ship officers onto a U.S. cutter in a jurisdiction dispute tied to a sanctions seizure. The UK's government public line via reporting was that at the request of U.S. authorities, crew members were allowed to disembark for onward travel and would be processed under immigration and legal requirements, while emphasizing Allied efforts against the Shadow Fleet. The Scottish Parliament then turns this into a domestic sovereignty and process fight. In the official record, the First Minister's statement includes support for enforcing sanctions, but stresses that Scottish authorities did not control the vessel and had no legal basis to board it. The record also describes the crew size as 28 and notes that 2 individuals were understood to have been arrested by the U.S. as part of the initial action. It details that the UK government supported repatriation and processing of the remaining crew with disembarkation into Bucky Harbor and then processing in Inverness. There's also a procedural thread in the Scottish Parliament record about a mutual legal assistance request, or MLA, dated for January 16th, 2026, and then the request being withdrawn on January 25th and confirmed in writing on January 26th, after which the Lord Advocate's role concluded. And the court power limitation angle is reporting indicates Lord Young referenced the State Immunity Act of 1978 as affecting what a Scottish court could order against a foreign government. Here's the part that makes this entire story make sense. The ocean has legal borders, and those borders change what courts can actually touch. When people hear outside UK waters, they picture a vibe. In reality, it's a line on a map with consequences. The most important one is territorial waters, which typically run out to the 12 nautical miles from the coastline. Inside that band, the coastal state has the strongest legal authority to enforce laws, execute court orders, and direct what happens, because it's basically treated like sovereign space, just wet. It's moist. Outside of that, things get complicated fast. You have a contiguous zone, often out to 24 nautical miles, where a state can enforce certain rules related to customs, immigration, and security, but it's not the same as full control. Then you have the exclusive economic zone stretching much further, where a state has special rights over resources and economic activity, but that does not automatically mean it has full criminal jurisdiction over everything that happens there. And then you have the high seas, where freedom of navigation rules dominate and jurisdiction often follows the ship's flag. unless there's a specific legal basis to intervene. So why does that matter here? Because the Scottish court's power is not magic. A court order can be very real if the person or authority you're ordering is inside the court's enforceable reach. But if the individuals are moved outside the territorial band, and especially if they're now physically on a foreign government vessel, the court's ability to enforce becomes limited in practice. That's why this situation feels so dramatic. It's not the court didn't care, it's that the court's bite depends on where the person is. A legal boundary becomes a practical boundary. And that's also why the word abduction spreads, because to one side, the move looks like they were taken out of reach right as the court tried to step in. To the other side, it looks like custody moved under an enforcement action connected to a seizure. Same movement, but two completely different stories, because the law changes when the geography changes. So if you're trying to understand this, as I was when I was writing the script for this video, without, being dishonest, this isn't U.S. forces grabbed two random people from Scotland, which is what a lot of headlines are making it look like. This is a seized tanker sat off Scotland. Scottish legal action tried to force process and oversight, and then two key ship officers were moved onto a U.S. Coast Guard cutter, prompting claims of abduction and a political blow-up about jurisdiction and sovereignty. International law is basically the terms and conditions of geopolitics, and nobody reads it until something bad happens. The question here is, what does this incident tell us about how sanction enforcement is actually going to look in 2026, especially when it hits allied territory and local courts? Some of the history you need so that this makes sense, I'm going to give you kind of the minimal history that matters, because if you don't have it, this entire story sounds like a fever dream. First, shadow fleets are a sanctions workaround. When countries face sanctions on oil exports, the traffic doesn't always stop, it mutates. You see older tankers, confusing ownership structures, flag changes, ship-to-ship transfers, routing tricks, and insurance and registry gray zones. Governments then try to fight the network by targeting the vessels, the paperwork, the insurers, and the ports. So what is a shadow fleet in real terms? It's not one secret armada with matching paint and villain music. It's more like a floating business model built to survive pressure. So when sanctions target a country's oil exports, the trade rarely disappears overnight. And the reason I'm explaining this to you guys is because shadow fleet is going to be all over headlines for the foreseeable future. But when a shadow fleet appears, things start to get routed through layers. Ships get sold and resold through shell companies. Ownership becomes hard to trace. Flags change. Management companies change. Insurance coverage becomes questionable or moves through non-traditional channels. Cargoes get blended or relabeled. And sometimes tankers do ship-to-ship transfers offshore, so the trail looks foggier. Basically, they're trying to obscure how certain commodities, in this case, generally oil, are moved. And this is really bad for a number of reasons, because all of this stuff is tracked closely so that they can also prevent the illegal movement of certain goods. And in this case, I'm talking about things like human trafficking, moving drugs, moving weapons, moving any kind of explosives, stuff like that. When a shadow fleet is present and something is being moved in an untracked manner or illegally, it makes it possible to move much more sinister things illegally as well. And that's on top of the fact that a sanction is generally meant to achieve an effect. Okay? And you can't achieve that effect if people are violating the sanction. Now, some people are going to say they agree with the sanctions that the U.S. has placed, and some people are going to say they don't. I understand that, and I'm not taking a stance one way or the other on that specifically. I'm just kind of explaining the process and thought process here. A huge part of this game is paperwork and plausibility. If you can keep enough distance between the cargo and the sanctioned origin, you can keep someone somewhere in the chain saying, we didn't know. That's why the enforcement fight is less about chasing one ship and more about squeezing the ecosystem. Okay. Registries, insurers, ship managers, brokers, port services, and financing. Now, here's the part most people miss,
is
and
unstable,
quite frankly,
and so
I
is my
missed
love life.
Before I started doing the research for this. The crew becomes...
His shirt says, my connection is unstable, and so is my love life. It was funny. It was funny. Hi. How you doing, lovies? How you doing, lovies? You okay? You look super tired. You look extremely tired, little babies. Yeah, are you sleepy? My
Yeah, you can go Seeps. Yeah. Oh, you want a blankie? You want some blankie on you? Or you a little cold?
Human hinge point. The ship's logs, communications, cargo documents, and routing decisions don't exist in a vacuum. Somebody signed things. Somebody received instructions. Somebody wrote in the logbook. Somebody shut off tracking or chose not to. Somebody has some level of accountability for everything. Even if the network is layered, the bridge crew still becomes the interface between the plan and the ocean. That's why sanctions enforcement campaigns increasingly focus on deterrence. You don't want to just seize one hull. You want every operator in that ecosystem to think, if I take this job, am I going to end up in court, in custody, or in a headline? And that's why the Scotland incident matters beyond one ship, because the enforcement isn't staying theoretical. It's becoming physical and operational, tracking, intercepting, boarding, controlling a vessel, and sometimes taking custody of the key people who can connect the ship to the network. If you're the US and you're trying to degrade the network, the Shadow Fleet is a supply chain problem. If you're an ally whose coastline suddenly becomes part of the story, it's a sovereignty and process problem. If you're the network, it's a risk calculation problem. That's the reality. Shadow Fleet enforcement isn't just stop the ship, it's raise the cost of the whole system. The question here is this incident a one-off controversy or a sign that sanctions enforcement is shifting from paperwork pressure to custody pressure? Are we going to see more of this same type of event?
Like
maritime enforcement
basically
is always a jurisdiction puzzle, and lawyers are going to argue it endlessly. International waters, territorial waters, exclusive economic zones, each one changes what you can do and who gets to complain. Even when a state claims a legal basis, sanctions warrants, stateless vessel, whatever, there's still a practical question. Can you hold people, move them, prosecute them, and keep allies from getting heartburn about it? Ship seizures have precedent, but every case is politically unique. The U.S. has seized vessels tied to sanctions and illicit oil before. When it happens far from shore, most people don't care. When it parks off a populated coastline with local courts and local politicians, suddenly becomes a sovereignty story. Now, zoom into this specific chain. By early January, U.S. actions aimed at pressuring Venezuelan oil flows were producing high-profile interdictions, including the seizure of the Marinera, formerly Bella 1, in early January. The vessel then ends up positioned off Scotland, and the presence of the ship creates two parallel tracks. The first track is the U.S. enforcement track, seizure warrant, custody, onward movement, potential prosecution. The second track is the UK-Scottish governance track, welfare, immigration processing for crew, and legal process questions once the situation touches Scottish jurisdiction. Then a third track appears. It's a human rights and process challenge. That's the wife's legal action and the push for judicial review, framed as concern about detention in legal limbo. This is why the abduction label spreads, because it compresses a complicated argument into one very sharp word. But what matters for you is the actual mechanism. A seized ship, a contested legal perimeter, a fast jurisdiction change, the captain first officer moved offshore onto a U.S. cutter, and then the court's order can't bite because the people are no longer in the territory the court controls. The fastest way to end a court order, apparently on the water, is move the problem 12 miles that way. To understand why this is blowing up now, you need a kind of a precedent shelf, so to speak, because this type of event isn't completely new. What's new is the visibility and the allied jurisdiction collision, and I think the political hotness surrounding all of this stuff, and especially sovereignty right now. For decades, maritime seizures have been part of sanctions enforcement and security policy, but most of them happen far from public attention. When interdictions occur out on the open ocean, the story stays inside government statements, legal filings, and trade circles. The controversy spikes when a ship ends up near a coastline with domestic politics, courts, and media cameras. You've seen versions of this in past oil and sanctions cases where ships tied to sanctioned states became major international incidents. A classic pattern is a vessel gets seized or detained under some legal theory. The flag state or affected parties call it unlawful or political, and then the case turns into a messy mix of diplomacy, court process, and messaging warfare. You've also seen the custody and jurisdiction problem show up in other forms. When a government wants to make sanctions enforcement real, it often tries to move the critical pieces, ship, cargo, or key individuals into a legal environment where prosecution is possible. Critics call it overreach, supporters call it enforcement. That's the way it always plays out. Either way, it's the same strategic logic. Enforcement is only as strong as your ability to hold it in court. Another recurring precedent is that the sea creates legal gray zones that governments exploit, and the sea creates legal gray zones like your uncle creates problems at Thanksgiving dinner. If a ship is in territorial waters, the coastal state has more tools. If it's outside, the options narrow unless you have consent, a clear international legal basis, or a domestic warrant you're willing to enforce operationally. That's why these cases often involve rapid movements. A ship gets repositioned, a court hearing gets scheduled, a diplomatic note gets filed, and suddenly the physical location of people and assets becomes the whole ballgame. So the reason that the Marinera incident hits harder is that it combines every ingredient from the precedent shelf into one moment. Sanctions enforcement, disputed jurisdiction, a court trying to step in, and then a rapid change in custody that makes the court's reach uncertain. And that raises a bigger question for 2026 and on. Are we heading into an era where more sanctions enforcement looks like this? Operational actions first, legal cleanup second? Especially as shadow fleet networks get more aggressive and more creative. Is this going to become the norm? Because once enforcement becomes visible, every step becomes a political argument. Not just was it legal, but who authorized it, who was notified, who had jurisdiction, and who got embarrassed. Because there's one thing that countries and politicians hate, and that is getting embarrassed.
We could arrange to have you carried.
The question here is, are we watching a scandal, or are we watching the new normal for maritime sanctions enforcement? Let's talk about the incident beat by beat. I'm going to try and give you as clear a timeline as I possibly can. January 7th, 2026, U.S. forces seized the Marinera near Iceland under a judicial seizure warrant after a pursuit. Mid-January, the vessel is positioned off Scotland and becomes a real-world issue for UK and Scottish officials and the public. January 26th, which was a Monday, legal action accelerates in Scotland. An interim interdict is granted by Lord Young in a limited form while further proceedings are pursued. The following day, Tuesday, January 27th, there's reporting that the court is told the captain and first officer have left UK waters and are now aboard a U.S. Coast Guard vessel. The interim order is revoked after it becomes clear enforcement is no longer possible. The following day, Wednesday, January 28th, Scottish Parliament discusses the matter in the official record, stressing support for sanctions enforcement while arguing over notification, process, and what Scottish authorities could actually do. That's the spine of it. But why does that spine matter? It matters because it illustrates a bigger shift. Sanctions enforcement is no longer just Treasury paperwork and press releases. It's becoming operational and physical, on the ocean, on ships, and sometimes in sight of allied coastlines. The video is not yet over, but I want to tell you guys about themandatoryfunday.com. That's where you can get all my merchandise. Also, Ranger Up is fulfilling all of it, and they have whiskey glasses. This month's design is My Connection is Unstable, and so is my love life, in honor of February. There's also the links to all of my veteran-owned business partners. So you click on one of those links, and you can get services from veteran-owned businesses that I trust and use. Finally, there is a members-only section with a members exclusive merchandise store. You can get 20% off all of my merchandise, both apparel and non-apparel there. Let's get back to the video. Here's what this will probably look like, and I'm going to keep this section grounded. What we can say with confidence and what we should label as likely based on how these cases usually move. More of these seizures and more allied discomfort is probably coming. The UK government signaled, at least in public messaging, that deterring, disrupting, and degrading the shadow fleet is a priority, and they framed it as an allied effort. That language matters because it suggests this isn't a one-off. It's a campaign posture. And the more it becomes a campaign, the more often it will collide with port access, coastal jurisdiction, local courts, and local politics. Scotland is a perfect example. In the parliamentary record, you can see two ideas fighting each other in the same sentence. Yes, enforce sanctions. Also, we need rules-based process communication and legal clarity if this touches our waters. So what it probably looks like is the enforcement continues and the friction becomes routine. This is something that I think people are going to have to constantly work through. Nothing says international cooperation like everyone agreeing in public and arguing in committee. The legal battlefield is going to shift from was the ship seized to what happens to the people. The ship itself is one legal question, the crew is another. The captain and first officer are a third. What becomes politically explosive isn't just that a ship was seized. It's the perception that people were moved faster than legal process could keep up with. That's why the wife's legal action and legal limbo language gets traction. If U.S. policy is to prosecute key individuals, you can expect future cases to prioritize custody of those individuals. And if that custody happens in proximity to Allied territory, you'll keep seeing emergency hearings, jurisdiction challenges, and fights over which legal process applies first. I would expect more notification wars between central governments and devolved governments. This is a very specific Scotland-UK dynamic, but it's not unique in the world. In the Scottish Parliament record, the First Minister argues Scotland should receive formal, secure pre-notification when actions will involve Scottish infrastructure or have implications for Scotland, and it criticizes the lack of advance notice when the vessel later appeared in the Moray Firth. That's not just political theater. If you don't coordinate early, you get confusion about who's responsible for welfare and processing, confusion about what courts can do, and then the whole thing becomes a public trust problem. So in future incidents, the governments will try to fix that with better coordination, or they will fight about it again on camera. This is likely going to become propaganda fuel on every side. Even if every single step ends up being technically legal, the optics are insane. Shadow Fleet, Russian flagged tanker, U.S. seizure warrant, captain removed in the middle of the night. Court order can't be enforced because jurisdiction changed. Even if something's legal, it doesn't mean it's not going to look crazy. And the headline catnip for anyone trying to push a narrative is going to be the U.S. ignored allies, the U.S. is enforcing global rules, the U.K. is complicit, Scotland is powerless, courts don't matter, sanctions are piracy. Pick your side, pick your headline. Every side is going to do this. The practical outcome is the information environment around maritime interdictions is going to get nastier and louder. Operationally, the lesson is, I think, custody is the center of gravity. Ships are assets, but people are leverage. If you want to shut down a sanctions evasion network, you can seize a hull. But if you want deterrence, you target operators, facilitators, logistics, and decision makers. You target the people that make it happen. And that's when people really start to question things. That's why a captain and first officer matter. They are the human interface between the vessel and the network that tasks it. And that's why the most controversial moment is the one where those individuals move out of the reach of local process. I would watch for the next formal step, charges, hearings, or diplomatic escalation. This is the part where we should all stay disciplined. What we can say now is it's being reported the transfer and the immediate political and legal fallout. The Scottish Parliament record shows ongoing concern about process, welfare, and communication. And reporting indicates the judge's ability to order a foreign government is constrained by state immunity principles. What we should watch next is the first concrete public step that clarifies status. Are there U.S. charges filed and unsealed? Is there a formal extradition request? Or does the U.S. argue it's not extradition at all because of how custody was obtained? Does the UK government publicly clarify what it did and didn't facilitate? Does Russia escalate diplomatically? Reuters notes that Lavrov publicly raised the crew issue. Because the moment any of those moves happen, the story stops being, did they get removed, and becomes, what's the legal endgame? Everyone loves the chase scene. Nobody stays for the court paperwork. Unfortunately, court paperwork is the entire ending. The question here is, does this become a standard model for maritime sanctions enforcement? Fast custody, messy jurisdiction, then legal cleanup later? Or does Allied blowback force a slower, more coordinated playbook? Here's the cleanest way to wrap your mind around all of this. The U.S. seized a tanker tied to sanctions evasion narratives. The tanker's presence off Scotland triggered local political and legal pressure for process and oversight. 2 key crew members, the captain and first officer, were moved onto a U.S. Coast Guard vessel, and the Scottish court order aimed at preventing removal couldn't be enforced once they were outside UK territorial waters. That created the abduction narrative, part legal argument, part political framing, part internet accelerant. If you want the bigger global picture around how these kinds of flashpoints connect, sanctions, shadow fleets, alliance friction, and what moves next, go watch my Worldwide Wednesday videos. I bet I'll give you one guess on what day I drop those. I'm Mandatory Fun Day, and this was your Snap.
I did see that water bottle. That's a nice one too.
I lovies. I lovies. Oh, that one's at 8. Timcast's at 8. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, do you want some tea? Or not tea, water, sorry. All I got is water. I don't have tea. Oh, let's see what the liberal hive mind got. Oh, what are you doing?
Hey guys, welcome to the Liberal Hive Mind, a channel solely focused on exposing the abundant hypocrisy of the left. And of course, here's the meme of the day brought to you by FiveMind.com. Well, you know, on my initial covering of the Epstein files, I was being purposely reluctant to go on a full-on victory lap. You know, there was some sketchy stuff relating to Donald Trump, and I didn't want to jump the gun and then, you know, something drops that makes me look like a complete idiot. I also didn't want to really rag on the Democrat Party until we got some more information. Well, today I got to tell you, I'm feeling a whole lot more confident. I think it's fair to say we didn't necessarily get any new information relating to President Trump and the Epstein files. It's not the first time we've seen these wild allegations from totally untrustworthy, uncredible people. All of it, of course, either during the election season or after he was already president, people calling into hotlines and making all kinds of claims. And I'm pretty sure that claim from that hotline that Democrats are running with here, claiming Donald Trump has now been proven as an accomplice, isn't that the same accusation from 2016 where a troubled woman with a history of drug use claimed that she was assaulted by Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein adult party at the age of 13? They concluded that she, quote, made it all up. But even if it's not, they deem those accusations not credible or unfounded. And so it really feels like we haven't really crossed into new territory relating to President Trump and the Epstein accusations, not to mention the actual emails from Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell themselves seem to suggest Donald Trump rejected them at every point in turn. But when it comes to Democrats, on the other hand, oh boy, does it continue to get worse, because it's not just Reid Hoffman anymore. No, we're starting to see that Democrats did pretty much everything in their power to preserve their relationship with Jeffrey Epstein, even after he had been convicted of horrific crimes against young children. Yeah, who would have seen this one coming? The Epstein saga that Democrats thought would be the undoing of President Donald Trump is now thoroughly backfiring in their stupid frickin' faces. Let me show you guys exactly what's going on. We got some stuff to get into, so let's roll the tape. All right, folks, actually, I want to start off this clip by doing a little bit of a flashback. Remember that Cameron Kasky video where he went on CNN and declared that Donald Trump was an Epstein accomplice?
I am appreciative that the president is being transparent about this. I would love it if he was more transparent about the human sex trafficking network that he was a part of. But you can't win them all.
Well, of course, within less than 24 hours, he was forced to retract that. But you know, Democrats ahead of this Epstein drop, they were so confident to point the finger at the other side and claim, oh, those colluding and engaging with Epstein, oh, it's Donald Trump and those evil MAGA Republicans. Well, absolutely not, you complete friggin' utter buffoon. It actually appears that Jeffrey Epstein's best and closest friends, they all seem to be top-level Democrats. You know, all your little role models, Mr. Cameron Kasky. And this is, I think, the most important little piece of nuance that needs to be applied. Yes, there are claims from anonymous sources making random phone calls to the FBI and other agencies, but there has been no direct proof. There's been no emails between Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein personally. There's been no interactions between the two. And you would think if he was an accomplice, if he was so buddy-buddy with Jeffrey Epstein, if they were engaging together and going to the island or going to the parties, if they were coordinating and engaging on, you know, business and other things, you would expect them to have some email correspondence, but there's been absolutely nothing. I think there's been one email between Melania and Ghislaine, and it's not a particularly interesting email, but basically there's been no communication. And what we understand so far is that Donald Trump rejected Ghislaine Maxwell's little honeypot scheme. Jeffrey Epstein also admitted that Donald Trump never got a massage to Michael Wolff, who was really fishing for dirt on President Trump. But we do have emails showing Stacey Plaskett, again, another known face, going back and forth and coordinating with Jeffrey Epstein, and even talking about visiting his island. Multiple emails. emails a very close relationship. Here's an email from August 14th, 2014, where Stacey Plaskett reaches out to the Jeffrey Epstein Island manager to arrange transportation to the Little St. James Island on the 18th of August. And this is very relevant because Stacey Plaskett had previously testified under oath that she only visited Epstein at his Manhattan home and her office. Ah, yes, another Democrat constantly lecturing us. You know, your typical holier-than-thou Democrat engaging on very friendly terms with Jeffrey Epstein, who at that point was already known to have committed horrific crimes against young people. And of course, that relationship continued basically till his death. He was actively texting her directions during a congressional hearing when Michael Cohen was testifying. So that's one Democrat. Then we've got none other than top Democrat Chuck Schumer. We got an email here that shows that Jeffrey Epstein was the point person for arranging meetings between Democrat congressional candidates and Chuck Schumer. Ooh, yikes. And again, this was from 2018. This is pretty damn recent. Oh, but it doesn't end there. We've got another top Democrat here, Nancy Pelosi's little protege. We've got none other than Hakeem Jeffries, who back in 2013 was allegedly begging to have dinner with Jeffrey Epstein so he could ask him for money. And yet everywhere you go on social media, all the leftoids keep just saying Donald Trump this and Donald Trump that. But again, we've learned nothing new about President Trump. There's no smoking gun, there's no damning evidence, there's nothing to suggest that he had a close, cozy relationship with Jeffrey Epstein. In fact, quite the opposite. And we also know very early on, President Trump ended his relationship with Jeffrey Epstein. He kicked him out of his club. And so you have one individual, the president, who kind of got a clue of what Jeffrey Epstein was doing.
Breaking news, the Wall Street Journal is out with a new report describing the fallout between President Trump and Jeffrey Epstein. The Journal reports that a spa worker from Mar-a-Lago often made house calls to Jeffrey Epstein's home, 2 miles away. But those house calls, quote, came to a halt in 2003 after an 18-year-old beautician returned to the club from a house call to Epstein and reported to managers that he had pressured her for sex. The HR manager faxed Trump a letter suggesting that the club ban Epstein, and Trump agreed, which does mirror the president's own public comments about why he cut ties with Epstein. The White House is responding to the Wall Street Journal, writing, no matter how many times this story is told and retold, the truth remains President Trump did nothing wrong, and he kicked Jeffrey Epstein out of Mar-a-Lago for being a creep.
He realized what was going on. He realized there was a honeypot campaign that Jeffrey Epstein was engaging in. He rejected every offer. He realized that he was up to no good, kicked him out of his club, disassociated. There's no proof that they had a relationship after the early 2000s, once it all came to light who Jeffrey Epstein was. But Democrats who are now lecturing us and who keep pointing the finger at Donald Trump, it appears all their politicians, their top frickin' politicians, maintained their relationships with Jeffrey Epstein until the very end, until he was killed in prison. My opinion has not changed whatsoever. They're attempting to flip this on the president, but this remains, as it always has been, a Democrat and Hollywood scandal. And the names we should be focused on are not President Trump and Elon Musk, unless we get some actual damning information. No, the names we should be focused on are Bill Gates, Prince Andrew, Reid Hoffman, Bill Clinton, all the top congressional Democrats, and of course now with, as we're seeing a lot of coded language related to pizza and hot dogs and other things, maybe it's time to bring back the names James Alefantis and John Podesta, you know, maybe, just maybe. But anyways, it's really telling what the Democrats are doing, you know? You got Harry Sisson and all these other clowns in everyone's comment section saying, why aren't you talking about the Epstein files? But the hypocrisy there is so incredibly deep because they're the ones who are not talking about the Epstein files. There's nothing new relating to President Trump, but there's a whole lot new relating to all of these top Democrats and Democrat donors, and yet you won't hear a peep from any of these clowns. It's so telling they're ignoring the true scandal because they know it's blowing up in their faces, and now they don't want to face the music. The silence of the Democrat Party is really the most telling part.
An old
After
piece of
months
armor,
of
and they
boasting
painted them.
and launching accusations and attempting to politicize the Epstein scandal, now all of a sudden they haven't said a word. And again, it always comes back to the same thing. If they truly had something new, if they truly had something damning on President Trump, they had 4 years under Joe Biden to use it. And you really mean to tell me that the Democrats, who are always first to immediately go to the nuclear option, they wouldn't have exercised that option? Give me a frickin' break. They know this is their scandal, and now they're frickin' chicken shit. Anyways, that's what I got for you guys. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you on the next one.
Interesting. Yeah. They're live with Bill and Hillary Clinton.
Let's see what
that today
Matt
I've gone
Morse
ahead
has
and I
to
have
say.
made an executive decision. I think these recent developments here are probably worth talking about. And so to stop beating around the bush here, what this development is that now we actually have what I would describe as a preponderance of evidence to suggest that Jeffrey Epstein is, I kid you not, still alive. And so we are going to talk about this entire dynamic today. We're going to talk about all of the information that we have. I'm not being clickbait. I'm not being hyperbolic. We have some very curious emails, documents to go through.
A bird.
We also have a bunch of other very curious information that came out today that is unrelated to Jeffrey Epstein being alive,
She loves the
perhaps,
microphone.
but it was in these emails nonetheless and is fascinating. And so we're going to talk about a lot today. Ladies and gentlemen, do me a favor. Make sure to hit that like button. Make sure to subscribe.
Oh, yeah,
if you're
I
new
should
to the
always
channel.
like Matt Morse.
Follow, subscribe, follow.
He's got that radio voice.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's go through some of these other curious elements that have recently been discovered. And then we're going to talk about this notion that he might still be alive.
Hey, what are you doing down
We're
there,
going to
baby?
break all that down. We're going to go through all of these supposed evidence, and then we're going to form our own conclusions at the end. So, ladies and gentlemen, make sure to follow, subscribe, like, do it all. First off, I want to go through some other developments, like I said, that we have discovered over the last day and a half or 2 days. First off, ladies and gentlemen, George Clooney has shown up multiple times in these Epstein emails. In 2014, Jeffrey Epstein mentioned visiting George Clooney in Copenhagen,
Holy cow.
writing, and I quote, "Now I know that Copenhagen has interesting girls."
Of course he would say that.
After
He's a little
his meetup
Epstein was an
with Clooney.
absolute perv.
Clooney's name comes up more than once across all of these files. Once again, Clooney has always been one of Trump's loudest critics. Clooney, this might come as a surprise to some of
Clooney
you
and,
guys. Clooney is actually
De
very
Niro.
influential within the DNC, the Democratic
Yeah,
National
he
Committee.
is.
Within the Democrat apparatus, Clooney is like kind of up there with Barack Obama. He is very influential. He's never really gotten into politics on his own, but he's more of a behind-the-scenes player. Clooney has a lot to say, a lot of clout. In fact, Clooney played a big role in pushing Biden out of the 2024 election, which paved way for Kamala Harris to step in and take his place. Clooney is a big shot as far as the Democrats are concerned. And so Epstein mentioned in an email after meeting up with Clooney in Copenhagen, he said, "Now I know Copenhagen has interesting girls." Another
You
curious
done?
development here we got earlier today.
Don't
And once again,
die.
thank you all very much for tuning in. An email in the Epstein files claims his team hacked Wikipedia in order to remove his mugshot and remove his sex offender label on the website. You know how famous people, they always have a Wikipedia page and it says their kind of background,
Kinda
what
like
town
the
they're
microphone.
from, the year they were born, their birthday, their family history,
Oh, you like the color?
different jobs they had, different controversies they had, you know, their entire bio. Well, Epstein had his Team Epstein, hacked into Wikipedia. This would have been around 2010. That's right. So after he got out of prison the first time, in 2010, he had his team hack into Wikipedia to try to remove, seal the fact, scrub from the internet, the fact that he was a registered sex offender. At that point, he had served 1.5 years, almost 2 years for child sex trafficking charges. So we tried to scrub the record. We learned that today. We have another interesting data point here. Apparently, Epstein lived in the Vatican. I kid you not. We have an email here, a 2015 email from one of his assistants, from one of Epstein's assistants, casually mentions that Epstein was, quote, living with Pope John Paul II in the Vatican. This has come out today
That's
also.
crazy news. Absolute
The rest
crazy
of the
news.
email isn't about religion at all, but his assistant just kind of casually mentions this. It kind of slips it out. There it is. When he was living with Pope John Paul II in the Vatican, it's the highlighted part right there. there, I suppose, is a photo of them. Now, by the way, on its own, a photo like this is not even incriminating. We all know Epstein was very connected. He met with everybody. Epstein met with everybody. That was kind of his thing. And so the fact that somebody took a photo with Epstein, that's not really incriminating, to be honest. So if this was the photo in isolation, it's like, I don't know. He met a lot of people. He took photos with a lot of people. But here in this email, you have one of Epstein's assistants saying that he actually lived in the Vatican with the Pope, Pope John Paul at the time. So this is a new development that has come out today. We have another curious development. This is where things get a little bit weird. I mean, it's all weird. It's all weird. Billionaire Tom Pritzker, we're going to go into his background here in a minute. Billionaire Tom Pritzker told Epstein he was in a remote part of Afghanistan for his birthday, quote, with boys with toys. This is an email exchange in 2011 between Tom Pritzker, and Jeffrey Epstein. He said, quote, I'm in a remote valley of Afghanistan. It's my birthday wish. With boys with toys.
Now it's on.
I can't call till tomorrow. He said, no, okay, well, who is this guy? Tom Pritzker. Who the hell is that? Tom Pritzker is a billionaire and the CEO of the Pritzker Organization. He's also the executive chairman of the Hyatt Hotels Corporation. You've all seen a Hyatt hotel. He's the executive chairman. He's a billionaire. The Pritzker family is part of the American elite, and he's the CEO. He's a billionaire. Now, curiously, Virginia Giuffre claimed under oath before she passed away, Virginia Giuffre claimed under oath that Epstein had trafficked her to Tom Pritzker, this guy right here, before she passed away. Also, out of curiosity, I'm sure some of you are curious here, Tom Pritzker, this individual, is first cousins with J.B. Pritzker, who's currently the governor of Illinois. They are first cousins.
Pritzker sounds familiar.
Family tie, same last name. It's the Pritzker dynasty, the Pritzker billionaire family. And so I think a lot of people, they kind of know what goes on in Afghanistan, right? Do we have any veterans here that served in Afghanistan? I've got a bunch of Afghan veteran friends of mine, and all of them come back and they kind of tell the same story. I forget the term. It's called bachi-bazi, something like that. There's some pretty terrible behavior in Afghanistan between adult men and younger boys.
Yeah,
it's like a
true.
Cultural thing. It's evil. It's sickening.
Very cultural.
And yeah, there you go. And so I've heard this from numerous friends of mine. I'm sure some people can back it up. Yeah, and so he says, I'm in a remote valley of Afghanistan. It's my birthday wish. Okay, quick question. What? This is 2011. The war on terror is still raging on. We still have a huge military presence. Tom Pritzker goes to Afghanistan at that point in time, still to this day, one of the dangerous places in the world. His birthday wish is to go to a remote valley in Afghanistan, the height of the war on terror, to spend time with boys with toys.
What a bird.
Huh. That most certainly raises some questions, doesn't it? Yeah. Yes, it does. By the way, my name is Matt Morrison. I am not suicidal. I am not particularly accident prone.
A lot of these
I don't
people
really have
deserve
any
the wood
enemies.
chipper, honestly.
I don't take any dangerous medication or any medication at all. And I love being alive. I love living. I've never had any suicidal tendencies. Just for the record here, we're talking about some sensitive material. We're going to go ahead and move on here. We have another one.
Hey, you have control.
A surgeon known for performing sex change operations, including on teens like Jazz Jennings. Do you folks know who that is, Jazz Jennings? This is one of the most famous trans people in the world. They had a reality TV show. It was a young boy. It was a young boy. Can I find a photo here? A young boy who became trans. They got a reality TV show. It was on like TLC or MTV or something like that. And the reality TV show was about becoming trans and being trans. Very famous person, reality superstar. Anyway, so this surgery, this surgeon who operated on teens like Jazz Jennings, check this out, visited Epstein's Island accompanied with
pervs.
3 kids.
There's too many pervs
The
everywhere.
surgeon that operated on the young teenage Jazz Jennings
What unicorn?
visited Epstein's Island accompanied by not 1, not 2, 3 children. Emails show Jess Ting is the surgeon's name, received thousands of dollars apparently funneled towards transgender research from Jeffrey Epstein. So Epstein was funding transgender research and surgeries and operations. Epstein had this infamous celebrity transgender surgeon bring kids to the island. Sickening. Sickening. Oh my good God. Look at this. The party consists of myself and my friend Michelle and her 3 kids, aged 8, 8, and 5. We're coming to the island with 3 kids, age 8 and 5, young kids. It's demonic. Part of me really hates doing these Epstein broadcasts where we go through all the emails because it is, some of this stuff is just so repulsive and violent, sickening, just evil and demonic. But I think it's important. Some of this stuff has to be talked about. We have an iMessage. This is a text message between Steve Bannon and some redacted individual. So we don't know who Steve Bannon was talking to. Could have been Epstein, could have been somebody else, but this came out in the Epstein files. Bannon said that Nadler, this is Jerry Nadler, Democratic congressional representative Jerry Nadler, is, quote, really gearing up, and it's amazing how much he hates Donald J. Trump. Let's take a look at the message. So in the blue, this is Steve Bannon. This is sent. Oh, no, I'm sorry. An anonymous person is sending this to Steve Bannon. Okay, so the anonymous person says, Nadler, really gearing up. It's amazing how much he hates Donald J. Trump. I'm told.
Yeah, it just looks like they were trying to get people into power that hated Trump.
Little fat Jew.
Schiff, Nadler, Wiseman, Schiff.
He never forgot. It will be pinata time.
Okay.
Steve Bannon responds. He says, Trump problem is that he seems to trigger tough Jews, Nadler, Wiseman, Schiff, who are now killers with leverage. And this was sent in 2018. Yeah. This is about halfway through Trump's first term. Halfway through Trump's first term. By the way, for those of you that have not seen, if you don't know who Representative Jerry Nadler is, this is him right here. He pretty much, this is not photoshopped. This is him. Pretty much, he looks kind of like the Penguin from the old Batman movies.
Yeah, he for sure does.
Oh my good Lord. I don't know if he has some issue or what. I don't know what the deal is here, but
he's short.
He looks like a comic book villain, pretty much. And so this guy hated Trump. He hated Trump because allegedly, 20 years ago, so this would have been what, like 1998. Trump called him, and I quote, a little fat Jew. Pardon me.
He is little. He is fat. I don't know if he's
go through all of this. It's part of the record. Allegedly. He's a member of the far left. He's a Democrat. He's not a nice guy. Real nasty guy. Real nasty little penguin, that guy.
He does
anyway,
nasty.
We have another one here. This is where things get crazy. In 2018, Jeffrey Epstein sent an email saying that Ghislaine Maxwell's dad got killed after trying to blackmail Israeli intelligence, that would be Mossad. Robert Maxwell was a billionaire media guy. Epstein says he demanded $400 million from Mossad, or he would expose everything that he had done for Mossad. So we've talked on this broadcast, it was a long time ago, about Ghislaine Maxwell's dad. His name is Robert Maxwell. Maxwell was pretty much a Mossad Israeli super spy during the Cold War. 60s, 70s, 80s. I believe he died in, I want to say 1984. I'm not exactly sure. He died, he was having a boating trip. He was out on his boat with a couple friends of his, and he never came back. He disappeared off the side of that boat. And so it's been long speculated that he was killed, he was assassinated, he was buried at sea. He just mysteriously never came back from that boat trip, whenever it was that he died. But he's infamous. There's been a lot of books written about this guy. He was a super
there's
spy.
been a lot about him.
He was a pivotal Cold War intelligence player is what he was. And so we're going to read this email here. Can I pull this up here? Yeah, there we go. Okay, this is from Jeffrey Epstein in 2018. Says Robert Maxwell, this is from Epstein. He says Robert Maxwell threatened Mossad.
Wow.
He told them that unless they gave him 400 million euros to save his crumbling empire, he would expose all that he had done for them.
I knew he was going to.
In that time, he had free access to Margaret Thatcher's Downing Street, Ronald Reagan's White House, to the Kremlin as well, and to the corridors of power throughout all of Europe. Maxwell passed on all of the secrets he learned to Mossad in Tel Aviv. So he was relaying information to Mossad.
No, but
in turn, they tolerated his excesses, his vanities, and his insatiable appetite for a luxurious lifestyle and women. And by the way, once again,
I was just giving her something to play with since I got
the
no toys again.
Mossad super spy, who actually flipped on Mossad and tried to extort money out of them, allegedly. This is the father of Ghislaine Maxwell, who is still alive in federal custody. She was Jeffrey Epstein's number one. They were dating. I think they were a couple. They were a partner. They were partners in crime. Maxwell. That's his daughter. Jeffrey Epstein went on to say, he told his controllers who they should target and how they should do it. He appointed himself as Israel's unofficial ambassador to the Soviet bloc. Once again, Cold War super spy, superstar of the Cold War era, working on behalf of Mossad, but that at one point he must have turned on Mossad, threatened Mossad, and said, hey, I've done a lot for you guys. Always. Mossad, I've given you a lot of intelligence here. Here's what you're going to do. You're going to give me $400 million. Otherwise, I'm going to spill the beans.
I don't know, buddy.
Then he mysteriously died off the side of a boat.
I'm good with pop.
And then he had a mysterious boating accident where nobody ever saw him again. So this is coming from Jeffrey Epstein. A lot of this news is pretty wild. Now, ladies and gentlemen, now that we've gone through some of these other little tidbits, other little stories we were able to extract so far, let's go ahead and get to this idea that perhaps Jeffrey Epstein is actually still alive. Because this is perhaps
crazy.
The big Paramount story of the day. Do me a favor.
I
hit the
doubt
like
it,
button
but
if you're
you know
new,
what?
Drop a follow. Make sure
There's
to
a chance.
like the
I would say there's a
podcast,
5%
subscribe
chance
on
that he's
Rumble
still
and on
alive.
YouTube. Thank you all very much for being here. Let's go ahead and continue on to this idea that potentially he's still alive. I don't know. We're going to talk about it. So this is where the entire story starts. This is a post made on the anonymous forum called 4chan. It's an anonymous forum. What is unique about this website 4chan is that every time you post, you are anonymous. There's no accounts. You don't log in. You don't have an account history. Every single thing everyone does on the website is completely anonymous. Okay, so this was posted by an anonymous person on the website, as they all are. And this was posted in 2019, I believe, one day after Epstein died.
She's got it. She's got the microphone.
Let's see what the post says. Not saying anything after this, please. Do not try to dox me. But last night, after 4:15 count, they took him medical in a wheelchair, front cuffed, but not one triage nurse says they spoke to him. Talking about Epstein. Next thing we know, a trip van shows up. We do not do releases on the weekends unless a judge orders it. Next thing we know, he's put in a single man cell and hangs himself. Here's the thing. The trip van did not sign in and we did not record the plate number of the van. And a guy in a green dress military outfit was in the back of the van, according to the tower guy who let him in through the gate. You guys, I am shaking right now, but I think they switched him out. And so just to be very clear, this is an anonymous post. We're going to talk about whether or not this post is believable in just a minute, but this was a post that popped up a day or so after Epstein died. He says, I'm a prison guard. I work at this prison, and I saw accompanied by a military personnel. And then a couple hours later, I hear that he killed himself in his prison cell, but I just saw him leave in a wheelchair. And this guy is freaking out about it because he's a prison guard and he saw it. He's worried for his own safety now. And now, before we move forward, there's something I want to say. On 4chan, trust me, I've spent a lot of time there. It is very common for people to lie. The entire website is anonymous. In this email, you have one of Epstein's assistants saying that I'm sitting in the Vatican right now. In fact, I'm whatever, right? Hey, everybody, Donald Trump here. It's me, Trump. Anybody can post anything on this website, and there's no way to know if it's real or fake or not. That being said, this post has been circulating for about 6 years now. Today, things got very interesting because as it would turn out, as it would seem, the FBI investigated the man that made this post. The FBI got a hold of this post and tracked this guy down and interrogated him. And now we know the FBI took this post very seriously. So we have a lot of information to go through here. Ladies and gentlemen, this is huge. We have a lot. So bear with me. We have a lot of content to work through right now, guys. The individual who anonymously posted on 4chan the morning of Epstein's death, August 10th, 2019, claiming he witnessed weird happenings at the prison before Epstein's death, has been identified in the Epstein files. His name is Robert Grijalva, an officer at the Metropolitan Correctional Center in New York, has been identified as the anonymous prison employee who posted on 4chan claiming Epstein left his cell Friday evening shackled in a medical wheelchair, while at the same time an unauthorized trip van arrived at the prison, which he believes took Epstein away the night before the news broke of his death. And folks, by the way, we have some other pieces of information here that blow the lid off this entire situation. Bear with me. Bear with me. There's more to this. This gets crazier the further we read. We have a lot to go through. The day after Epstein's death, U.S. Attorney Jeffrey Berman of the SDNY opened a grand jury proceeding and subpoenaed 4chan, Apple, AT&T, and Citibank for records aiming to uncover Grijalva's identity following the anonymous 4chan post. That's really curious. Why would they do that? That's very curious that they would subpoena all of these massive entities trying to figure out who the hell this guy is. Grijalva's name is not redacted on his bank records, including in the SDNY.
You've got, you see the checkpoints here, the little autonomous zones. I appreciate the recliner being used.
They should do the same thing at polling locations.
Yeah, they were just trying to block ICE to get anywhere near polling locations. I wonder what that means, right? I wonder what that implies.
They should send an MRAP through that thing. Just knock it down. The idea that this is acceptable.
Of his alleged death. We're just getting going. We have more to go through, folks. Try to keep up. An email sent days after Epstein's death states the sender does not believe it was a suicide, citing discoveries made in Mexico and people allegedly involved. The message claims there is evidence to review and references uncovered photos and videos, alongside concerns that authorities were attempting to stop this data.
Most violent way possible, like to do what? That's what's causing the things that you guys hate. And it's just weird. It's just weird. So anyway, yeah, Jake and the Speaking Muslim, for everyone who is hating on him, pretty much the entire time, they're trying to convince me to stop what I'm doing with the Quran. And I was doing my best to make it clear to them, no. When you guys are, to be fair, it's not them, but when your guys are doxing and threatening and all that, there's no scenario.
Quran verses that affirm the Bible and the other half of
there's no scenario
Bible verses that
backing down from this.
disavowed the Quran.
From now on, I want to change L's name officially to W.
Because their book is so holy, they won't hurt
no
him
longer L.
because as it,
Yeah.
he's
Yeah,
wearing
it can't
it.
be called L because all you do is win.
That's right. That's true.
That's what I'm trying to do.
Because they won't destroy the words. They think it's literally holy. He's wearing a hoodie or a onesie.
Has zero hikmah. Look, his buddy's laughing. Oh, hey, IP, you may have just gotten speaking Muslim in trouble because he's laughing when I say this guy has zero hikmah. To be fair, I guarantee he agrees that Malik. What is this? I guarantee he'd agree. Malik has no hikmah, man.
Mm-hmm. Look at the guy in the back laughing too. Yeah.
Low hikmah dudes, man. Low hikmah, no rap skill.
Hey, no, but I'm saying, let me buy it off.
Yeah.
Let me get it. I want it.
So yeah, then David just gave him the Quran because
He wants to strip you naked. What is this?
It's true. It's true. Yes. Yeah. So it was very clear that they were not trying to be hostile. They were trying to just sort of like, all right, can we figure something out? Can we get this all to stop? And it's like, yeah, stop the doxing. David and AP will stop ripping up the Quran. Pretty simple. Stop that. Stop going after people's families, wives. But yeah, Malik is still on a rampage.
I had some very interesting interactions with that guy who wanted to buy your Quran, who is the speaking Muslim. I have no idea
Muslim.
what's his name. I have no idea what his name is, but except that he's the speaking Muslim. But so they were hanging out. Jake and Tim were hanging out there in the lobby the entire day and the entire night. They were talking, filming, and doing all kinds of things. And the speaking Muslim was kind of had this attitude toward me the whole time. I was like, hey, man, come here. How about come here? I can teach you about Islam, and I can tell you why you should become Muslim. Come on, why don't you become Muslim? And I was like, I don't want to become Muslim, man. Like, leave me alone. So eventually he said, hey, how about you and I have a debate right here? I said, no, have a debate. We can have a debate if you contact James and arrange a debate. He said, okay, I will do that. What topic? I said, was Muhammad a pedophile? And he said, is David Wood going to join? I said, probably. So I'm not sure. I'm waiting on updates on that. But later on, he kept kind of bugging me and saying dumb stuff like, "Hey, Jake baked you. Hey, you got grilled."
The day before Epstein's death, no one told staff or assigned a new cellmate for Epstein. Well, hold up. I haven't heard that. That's insane.
Yeah, I didn't know that he had a cellmate.
Epstein had a cellmate. He was that big bodybuilder. He was like the ex-cop. Yeah, I've seen photos of that guy. He was Epstein's cellmate. They took him out of the cell one day before Epstein died.
Yeah, which is
weird. And then they never told anybody about it, and then they never got him a new cellmate. So Epstein was in his cell by himself as of one day before he died. Allegedly died. All of this, by the way, it's like one big major allegedly.
Yeah, a lot of things lined up for this to happen.
Allegedly. Because who the hell knows? We're trying to figure it out. Thank you all for being here tonight. We're trying to make sense of this, so bear with me here. I'm just as confused as perhaps some of you guys. We're going through the information here. The leader at the MCC New York staff knew they weren't doing the checks, but nothing changed. Here we listen to Rudy Giuliani. Rudy Giuliani made an appearance here on the Benny Johnson podcast earlier today. In fact, we have 2 clips from Rudy Giuliani talking about all of this. In fact, you know what? I think this one we should listen to first. This is talking about whether or not Epstein perhaps might have gotten out alive. Take a listen to this one.
So what about the prison? What about Epstein's death? You built that prison, didn't you? You built the prison that Epstein died.
I have to disagree with my good friends here, who came to the conclusion. I find it highly unlikely that you could commit suicide in that prison. I know that prison. Not only did I put probably a record number of people in there.
Really quickly, Mr. Mayor, because you have so much insight on all of this, what's resurfacing in my timeline due to the release of these files is that the feds aggressively went after a guard in the prison who created a whistleblower account of what actually happened that night. He says right here, dated, that there was a medical wheelchair that took Jeffrey Epstein out of his cell. He was cuffed. There was no triage nurse. And there was a transfer van that showed up with a military guard under it. And then Epstein
probably
didn't
living
return.
in Portugal.
He thinks they actually swapped out the body. Now, this seems insane and was like obviously something that would have been written off out of hand. But now we can swipe through and see that there are actual federal documentation that they went after this guard.
I'll tell you something here. You know, like I said, I'm a pretty active 4chan user, I'll be honest. And I remember seeing this post, one we just had up here on screen. We just talked about it. I remember seeing this post, wherever the hell it was, you know, 5 or 6 years ago, whenever this first happened. Man, I guess it's been 7 years now, actually. And it's like, oh, that's curious. Well, anyway, because one, you don't know if it's real. Two, it's anonymous. Anybody can post anything at any time. Like I said, who the hell knows? And also, it's like, you know, even if it is true, we don't have any other evidence or proof to confirm. So I guess I'm not going to think about it too much because I don't know either way. I don't know either way. Who knows? Now, the very peculiar component to all of this is that now we know, as of this Epstein file dump a couple days ago, the FBI took this very seriously. They tracked this guy down. They filed subpoenas to everybody. They were filing subpoenas left, right, and center. Who is this guy? 4chan, Apple, AT&T, Citibank. I don't want, like I said, I try not to go down all these conspiratorial rabbit holes with you guys on the broadcasts. That being said, let's do it today. Let's do it. You know, if
this
this
whole Epstein thing is a big
was
hole,
totally
rabbit
made
hole.
up, it was totally fabricated. It's some guy bullshitting.
There's so
on the
many
internet. A
paths
lot
it
of
can
people
lead out
bullshit on
to.
the internet. Maybe we all
Go to
do
the
it
bathroom.
sometimes.
I'll be back.
Why would
Back
the
into this.
FBI take this so seriously? Why would
All right. Video games for now. Oh, what, an IRGC or anything like that will happen? I hope that happens before the weekend, actually. People need relief. Okay. Eyelash. You sleep? Cast. Mm-hmm.
I'm not the type who fades quietly into the background.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Only one team wins this. Try to make it yours. They've come from behind, but you You can still turn this around. Force first.
Much better. Thought you wouldn't see me again?
Whoever.
Bionic surge.
I don't give up so easily.
No skill shot. Bionic burst.
Thought you wouldn't see me
They
again?
didn't like that I was going after him.
Behold, Dark Child.
Oh no.
Force burst. Bionic surge.
Control here.
Out of that time. Oh, yeah. Don't let the Jets win.
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man. Disappear. Chaos.
I'll put this to good use.
Gambit never falls. Dangerous. Down goes their accuracy percentage.
I won't disappear so easily.
Bull! My friends are here.
That's much better.
Feeling fantastic. Disappear. Your powers are mine.
I won't disappear so easily.
Oh, I hit my that was weird.
Spider-Man. The moon haunts you. Behold, Dark Child.
It's nowhere near me.
Disappear. Us against the world. Again!
Feeling fantastic.
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man! Well, you can't expect to win them all.
Keep up. Yep. And we get the pixel death, right? Right, that's what we get. Like Spider-Man on it. Cool thing is I can do pick your own on this. And then like character I just feel like oh, this is MVP. Right. That's the emote.
Calculating the perfect shot. We.
Oh yeah, this is the characters. Click a card group. I already have a group. Kind of like the Thor outfit. Wavy Thors. Or the waves. I don't like this one. I mean, it's okay, but I'm not a big fan of that one. This one's hilarious. I like this one. Scarlet Witch has all the same. This is a cool Hawkeye skin, but I don't even play him. In reality, it's between Thor and the Thing. And just the original Hela skin. Not original, but kind of like Hela skin. Or for the disc. I don't really care about the Thor skin though. Oh wait, they re-upped the Lady Loki skin? They got rid of the Thor ice play. Yeah, they did. Okay, that gives me a little more time. Or is it 72 hours? Love this Hulk Maestro one. Hulk's kind of back, isn't he? Yeah. I don't think it goes along with the one. These.
end here.
I will never allow Krakoa to suffer the same fate as Genosha. It seems we have company. Nature itself bends to my will.
Double KO! That's 3!
Exactly as I expected.
Wow, 4 in a row! 5! That's amazing!
You should be ashamed.
Double KO! That's 3!
Fear Magneto! Kneel before Magneto.
Double KO!
Here they are now.
That's 3! Wow, 4 in a row!
Insolent fool.
Double KO!
I promise you, somewhere under all this rock is a heart of gold. Probably should have stayed home, kid.
Double KO!
That's gonna bruise. Oh yeah.
Didn't make
Look out. Not so tough now,
Double KO!
Coming through. It's clobbering time! That's
Double
how we do
KO.
it on Yancey Street. Uh-huh.
Makes it slam harder. Hulk has his cooldown better.
I'm trying. I'm
Right, cooldown. Okay.
Double KO!
Oh, let him weave more damage in.
Double KO!
Little pickle monster in a way. Caps hits a lot too, though.
The absolute best I can every time.
Double KO!
You're on the wrong side. Take this.
I don't like the sound though.
Wow, 4 in a row.
Hostile forces incoming.
Double KO.
You're on the wrong side.
Double KO. That's 3.
And stay down. Sorry, soldier. Let's dance.
Double KO. That's 3.
Let's dance.
Wow, 4 in a row.
Enemy ahead. Prepare to engage.
That's amazing.
Get them escaping easier.
6 in a row. Way to go.
Psst.
I am
Groot is probably the best thing.
I am Groot. I am Groot.
Far away. Too far away.
Double KO. That's 3. Wow, 4 in a row.
I already cut real quick.
I am Groot.
Double KO.
I am
That way.
I am Groot. I am Groot. I am Groot.
Double KO.
The only thing stronger than my sword is my mind. You were beneath me.
Double KO.
Exquisite!
That's 3.
Mind crush!
Wow, 4 in a row.
You deserve that. Some uninvited guests.
That's amazing. 6 in a row. Way to go.
Priceless! How embarrassing. Your mind is mine.
A lot of damage.
You deserved that, dear. Your mind is mine. How embarrassing. Exquisite. Mind crush.
Double KO.
In the game, I'm just in practice.
Some
Give me a
uninvited
hug.
guests.
Love you, buddy. Night.
If this is how the universe ends,
I'm gonna play this
I
character
shall get
at
on
all.
Fighting.
Glorious.
Overconfidence will destroy you. At last, our enemies show themselves. You would not last. Blessed blade!
Double kill!
Thoughts and prayers.
That's 3!
Heaven! Fall!
Wow, 4 in a row! 5! That's amazing!
I took great pleasure in striking you down.
6 in a row! Way to go!
You stood no chance against a warrior born. They have been seen and they will not escape. To battle! You
3,
would not
4.
last a second in heaven.
That's like 200, right?
Double kill!
You would not last a second in heaven.
That hit her, right? Yeah, it did.
At last, our blessed blades! Your fate was already sealed. I merely delivered it.
Alright, let's do a quick play. Maybe we can get ranked done. I haven't played ranked for how long? A very long time. Uh, 3. Oh yeah, Storm and Black Panther have a relationship. Satellites on the Golden Dome. Pop right up. What are you doing, Misty? I thought you were sleeping. You going back to sleep? What babies? Mm-hmm. Yeah, too cute. Okay. Need anything from Dada? You got all the mama you have. Yeah.
Just like, don't touch the wall.
Yeah, literally. Like, yeah. So you want to see, Israel Palestine looks like a freaking kid's birthday party compared to what the Dominicans do. They can't stand the Haitians, and probably because they keep eating their cats and stuff. I'd be mad.
For people that don't know, the Dominican Republic and Haiti are on the same island, right? And there is a gigantic wall. The Dominicans are just like, don't come near the wall, Haitians. And if you come near the wall, we will shoot you. And they do.
Yeah. So how does the Dominican Republic have a better policy on Haitians in the United States? What is going on?
Well, they got.
Have you met a Dominican?
They
They're
got
not
experience. They've been dealing with it since the beginning.
That's
probably.
true.
What's the deal with Haiti? And this isn't a Seinfeld thing. I'm serious.
What's the deal with Haiti? You can't have a dog there. Go visit.
It was founded on a satanic blood ritual, and that's not a joke. Like they just murdered all the white people there and like sacrificed them, and yeah, it's cursed.
Was it like a revolution, like a voodoo revolution?
It was the revolution because it was a French colony, right? And the Haitians were working as slaves at the time, so you can understand why they were a little angry at the French, given everything that was going on. But the reaction was, let's say, John Brown-esque in its disproportionality, except they did it to the entire white population of the island at the time.
What
And
year?
it never got better.
What year?
But they like.
I don't have the.
But they like white people now, right?
1805. It looks like.
And then they've just been living off the industrial refuse since or something, and it's
Not much has improved since then.
Well, they're usually run by cannibal warlords. I believe Barbecue is the current.
He's a respectable member of the international community.
Yeah.
But God is merciful and sends a hurricane once a year to clean up the problems.
There was the Family Guy bit where Godzilla rolled up to Port-au-Prince and he was like, oh, and like slowly retreated back in the water.
I've made a terrible mistake.
I see I'm not needed here.
Yeah.
They've already
Literally.
destroyed everything.
Yeah, no, it's really something that they're just like, this country is so unbelievably violent that even the people that flopped out of the country wouldn't be. I mean, it's absolutely, that's the whole thing. I think it was Matt Walsh. He made the point where he's like, usually people coming from the third world are the ones that actually flopped out of the country. Like, they're not like the top performers. These are people that couldn't cut it in Guatemala.
Yeah.
So now they're coming to the U.S. And it's the same thing with the Haitians. It's like, these aren't like the top performers making it over here. Those guys are running things in Haiti. These are the people that are like literally at the bottom of the barrel and they're like out of desperation.
Well, we tried to help them several times. There were earthquakes back in, God, was it 06? 06, something like that. And 2010, the Clinton Foundation came in, was supposed to take care of all of these people,
And all their
give
children
them
disappeared.
something like that. Something like that. So we have tried to help. We need to start sending agents next time.
It says after Haiti was had the independence in 1804, they had to pay $25 billion back to France, and it destroyed their economy. And then the U.S. took control of the country from 1915 to 34. entrenching Portugal. That's all, and then it goes on. And then
The whole like idea, because like this is what these like these surrealist activists, they always blame France for like Haiti's despair, and they'll be like, oh, it's the
30 seconds
debt
before
they
you
hold
attack.
over them.
Get ready.
But like it's Haitians A, and then B, they like miss the payments like all the time. Like it wasn't like they actually made these payments at all. It's like France. knew
That's
they
a
weren't gonna have
dangerous
money back.
stereotype to say they don't pay
No,
their
their
bills on
credit is
time.
terrible. It's not anyone's fault.
It's worth.
No, what's bad about Haiti is their credit score.
Like, it's worth noting that there is a 365-day growing season.
Battle starts in 5.
Right?
Yeah, literally.
Even if you were
Yeah.
just an
3,
agricultural
2,
country, and based on just that,
All you need to
they
do
should be
is
able to
capture
produce
the
enough not
mission
only
area. Got
to
it?
to trade with other countries, but to feed
there are
everybody in
two
Haiti.
dudes,
They
huh?
don't. They
Sounds
eat
like
each other sometimes.
Yeah.
Have you had vegetables?
So
you had Haitians?
I mean, I wasn't.
So we do have some breaking news here. It looks like a federal judge temporarily blocked the end of protections for Haitians in the U.S. The ruling pauses the Trump administration's plan to end a program that allowed more than 350,000 people from Haiti to remain in the United States. A federal judge on Monday temporarily blocked the Trump administration from ending humanitarian protection for more than 350,000 Haitians who have been able to live and work in the United States under what is known as temporary protected status. So no surprise there. Another activist judge says, of course you can't deport people who shouldn't be here. That would mean you have some kind of, I don't know, executive power. If like you were elected to do something, it's my job, of course, to stop you immediately. If I was in a Mos Eisley cantina, would that help me guess her name? Oh, no, okay. All right, the other direction.
Yeah.
Exactly.
She looks like a good boy.
So the temporary protected status here we see in the article is a designation that's created by the U.S. government and can give countries grappling with natural disasters, armed conflicts, or other crises, make conditions of the countries very dangerous. There's only one problem. That's just Haiti all the time. That is just an excuse to move all of Haiti here all the time. Hey guys, we were talking about this a little bit in the behind the scenes, the green room beforehand. But I don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man. Talk about immigration. Conservatives, Republicans, they're always terrified to talk about immigration. The amazing Spider-Man! Always make it about the individual. It's about the individual person. We can't judge groups. We can't talk about groups. We can't prefer groups. We have to judge each individual on their own. And instead, what we're seeing is increasingly conservatives are comfortable saying, no, there are countries, peoples, religions, traditions that are not compatible with us, that are not ultimately going to help the U.S., is not going to contribute to the overall well-being of the American people. So whether it's Somalia, Haiti, or whatever country we're looking at, it's
Maximum pulse!
It's okay to just say, blanket, no, we are not going to I think that's actually
I had my wall down.
rhetoric and framing when it comes to the immigration issue.
Implicit
I'm dead.
bias saves lives. That's it. That's it. I think if you live your life in whatever bubble you live in, you have a pretty good idea of who you surround yourself with and the actions of those around you. And if you formulate opinions based on your own bubble, and those opinions happen to be what some people call racist, I would say, well, you go live in those places and live around the same people. But there is a reason why people do self-select and self-sort throughout the entire country. There is. People like to be safe.
Great. But it's downstream the real, like, I guess the real conclusion we're coming to, which is like the demographic population of the countries. That's a very valid discussion.
That's anybody.
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
You always in the United States have to try to get like some economic argument or perhaps which is true in those arguments themselves. But even if like they were top performers, I should still be able to say the Chinese. Well, yeah, but that's still painful for my country. Like my country, right?
We're not honest people. Like, school choice exists because if I had a choice to send my kids to a school that's on MLK, or it's a school that's not on MLK, I'm definitely going to the school that's not on MLK.
I think the Chinese are very Chinese people back to China.
We gotta stop apologizing. Like, that's the end of this conversation. We have to stop apologizing. We have to understand where we are, how we got here, to the exact opposite. And we can't be apologetic about it. I know it's gonna get messy. People's lives will be lost. But what is the alternative?
That's the real question, is everything has been half measures up to this point. As Phil is even saying, how can we even treat our government as serious if they're not going to expel Chinese students, Chinese nationals who are here? We know for a fact we just busted a few Chinese nationals smuggling things in and out of the United States, scientific secrets, bringing
diseases.
Bringing biological weapons or biological material that's dangerous in the United States. This is not some isolated incident. This is a common occurrence, and yet we never address it because we want the money. That's what Trump said, right? Straight up. We need them to fund our universities, which is garbage because obviously we want Americans to go to our universities, and it's fine if a few of those collapse because ultimately they're just teaching children to hate their parents and to hate America anyway, so ultimately that wouldn't be some travesty if we lost it. But we can look to a different example. We could look to someone like Japan, who is a true ally, who I think most people would feel very comfortable saying is an advanced and honorable culture. I would say that's a culture worth admiring, but it's still not my culture. I want Japan to be Japanese in 50 years, and I want America to be American. And that doesn't mean I don't love Japanese culture. I don't think they're awesome. I don't respect it. It just means I respect it so much I want it to exist. And the same thing's true of the United States. And as you're saying, we should be able to say that. That's okay. We are in a place living in a certain way, and there's no reason to pretend that we're the only civilization that can entirely abstract, entirely ideological. No, I'm sorry. Our culture is great. Our traditions are great. Our way of life is great.
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
You cannot simply bring someone from Haiti or Somalia and just slap them into some American university, give them a social security number, and call it a day. It does not make them an American.
Right? That's just fine. Like, not all immigrants. Yes, great immigrants who actually love our country. I want those people. I want those people. It's really great, right? But if we're a melting pot, then we're a solution, right? Our solution, and if there's a faucet of migrants coming in, illegals coming in, you're going to supersaturate that solution. The whole thing has to be titrated, distilled, and then fixed. We're at supersaturation. It's time to distill, figure out what makes America, the good parts of America, keep that, get rid of the rest.
You gotta let it melt. Like, you bring these pieces of parts into the top, and if it's too many too fast, you got a chunky mess. So you have to spend. People need to homogeneize the come, and that's why when you say about the individual, you bring one person in, surround them with Americans that are indoctrinated. 10 years, 15 years, they're probably going to be pretty American. But if you bring 500 Haitians in and they're surrounding one American, it's a completely inverted scenario where this one guy has to potentially develop sympathies or become Haitian. You know, you get that very
even they have assimilating, they would create these massive ethnic enclaves, these gangs, they basically took over everything in a lot of ways. And so we have these massive talent to make it out there. We're like, no, make it worse.
Never fall!
The problem is every time we bring that up, like,
Maximum Force, the God of Thunder!
That's proof that you could just barely assimilate people close to you. We forget the fact that the Germans had to be forced to break up the they had often sent to schools to learn English because they did not want to assimilate. There was an active, like, just Germans who we think of as pretty American at this point in the United States were put in internment camps along with the Japanese during World War II for the fear that some of them might be traitors. That's how it wasn't that long ago where these were very foreign people.
And we shut down immigration for like 40 years too, didn't we? Something like that.
It took
previously.
It took 2 wars for them to finally buy that thing. They're like, okay, we got it. People now literally just rock up. There's just no reaction. There's no way for them to actually buy stay in the country in any tangible way. It really is. When you look at
us with the amazing Spider-Man!
I was in like that liberal mind spiral in like 2006, 7, 8, and I was very much I like culture bombing. I like going to a neighborhood that is not my culture and becoming the culture of that neighborhood, and then meeting all the locals, and they look up to me and they want to be more like the American, and I love doing that. But then I'm realizing like so do other people. They love coming here and they love just changing Americans the way I like to change whoever in Little Italy or whatever. Now you're American. So it's a double-edged blade, that desire to change people's culture.
Yeah, I unleash the Vishanti's power. That made me pretty sad. I'm like, I'm so proud of the United States, so proud of my culture, etc. But I do want tourists to come here and be like,
Keep going.
We have sort of our people, and that's the thing. And I found that story really heartbreaking. Like, you know, a lot of people laughed at this and like, wow, that really shows the state Los Angeles is in. I'm like, yeah, because they're not going to, I mean, no offense, but they're not going to visit Nebraska. Like, they're going to visit Los Angeles, they're going to visit New York City, they're going to visit Chicago. These places should be dripping in American culture to where a Japanese person, you know, whoever arrives to visit for a week and they're like blown away by how rich and deep our culture is, and this is not happening.
I've noticed in tourist spots though, I travel quite a bit, and like even when I go to these places that are very tourist headed, like there's not a lot of me there. There's not a lot of me there. And it worries me because like is it just because we're working to pay for everyone to be here because we're people like you.
You're running away, right? Like this is the key. You gotta remember that even the phrase "the melting pot" is accepting leftist propaganda. Like this was a phrase that was worked out by a Jewish playwright, was adopted by a lot of people. But ultimately, those Roosevelt took a look at it. He ultimately decided to invest in wanted something that understood that America was more of a consistent culture. You could still add people too. It was never the idea that no one could join. You're not bringing their culture in. They have to completely immerse themselves. They have to be completely willing to become part of your group. That's what matters. And so that's the thing that you need to keep in mind. This is why classic immigration, classic assimilation was always considered to be multi-generational. Aristotle and Aquinas eventually talked about three-generation immigration and how that allows you to ultimately vet whether or not someone is absorbing the culture, they're going to contribute, they're interested in actually assimilating and not just creating some kind of ethnic beachhead. And that's what allows you. It's the time, it's the investment, it's the multi-generational effort. That's what shows that you're somebody who wants to be part of the culture, who wants to be an American.
Was the formations of Little Italy, Little Little Korea, all these little homogenized like sub-communities, was that a newer than adaptation? Because it sounds like Teddy Roosevelt, he didn't want those things. Was it just like we had no choice?
It used to be on a bigger scale than the entire regions that were like French speaking. Like this is on a larger scale, but yeah, you had like Chinatown. It's always been that way, at least since like the foundation of a lot of these cities. Like San Francisco's always had a Chinatown, these sort of things. Just because, like, again, someone arrives here from another country, they're gonna want to like be. It's a very natural thing. I bet a bunch of Americans from China would might pack into it.
So you're saying it used to be still like it used to be just like a huge section of foreigners, extra Germans here, Norwegians here.
This is why you still see the Dutch in certain parts. This is why you still see different cultures manifest themselves in the Midwest or the Northeast. The difference is, America was forming at that time, and we had to fill a lot of land. We had to conquer. We had an entire entire continent basically that we needed to take over, because if we didn't, some other European power was going to do it, right? And so we had to fill that land. That's why you saw so many large waves of immigration, especially as we pushed west, because if we just simply didn't put physical bodies in those areas, I mean, think about what's still happening near the Mexican border, right? We never truly populated those areas.
Jury,
so in a way,
executioner!
We draw these kind of artificial lines or not, the natural barrier of the people who live there actually dictates what area of a given nation. So we were that way when we were forming, but we're beyond that now. And it's okay to say this was the way we had to be when we were becoming a nation, but now that we've done that with something else, Rome started as a collection of thieves and criminals who together originally find themselves 1,000 years later saying, well, we were founded by these criminals, so that's just who we are. We understood that there were different moments in history that you kingdom to a republic to an empire, and it's okay as Americans to realize hey, there was a moment where large-scale immigration and kind of these ethnic enclaves were a part of who we are. But now we have to unify and we have to become something else, and we no longer need to bring in 20, 30, 40 million people to conquer the frontier. There is no frontier anymore, so we don't have to act that way.
Some people,
having like
I'm
a
actually the strongest one there is.
not the same as like
Don't tell
it's
how.
the biggest city in America.
Once we need to populate Mars, and we're in a rush to lay bodies down on the surface, which is really
We'll send the
dangerous.
Haitians. There we go.
What's that?
We'll send the Haitians.
That's what I'm saying. You come to America, we launch you as an American.
Maximum force!
Pioneer the danger, and to survive, you can have the plot.
I want to be in charge of checking the field.
The Chinese are just a robot that can run around at 44 degrees. Maybe we could talk about this on the after show to populate Mars. I think they're going full robot population.
That could be interesting.
They're just going to drop hundreds of thousands of robots and be like, try and take it from us. The Chinese developed some robot that can walk in negative 44-degree winter for like hundreds of miles.
That would be kind of exciting.
Like, really?
Robots, TV, just like all the countries dropping in robots and just like seeing who can beat like who does like the Czech Republic just invents like a rock star robot and they're just like cleaning out house up there. That'd be pretty sick.
Would watch. It'll be televised via
BattleBots.
drone.
Yeah,
dude, people are gonna be watching.
Yeah, dude, like
drop
Nigeria,
the Megabot.
it'll be like Cool Runnings in Jamaica developed like an insane robot. It has like a week.
Beholds the god of thunder!
Carpet bot that can like take out a bunch of bots and, like next week.
Like Afghanistan develops like a robot.
So the only other thing I'll say about mass immigration, because I think we mentioned in the super chats pretty soon. The last thing about immigration, one thing that we could
Feel the wrath of the
slave servants to be used is replace the birth rate decline. We're suffering actually a birth rate decline. Some of these people that come here to be used for menial labor or just earn their citizenship to work.
So the problem is that fails every time because so bringing those people in makes them so this is always like a temptation, an understandable, logical temptation to solve this problem, but it reliably produces the opposite results because not only do these people become less and less likely to replace themselves, even though they had a higher fertility rate when they came in, they also depress the fertility rate of the native population. Studies show repeatedly that higher immigration reduces the native fertility. So not only are they they're also going to see more
Do they generally tank their fertility rate just because they assimilate to a culture that has a low fertility rate?
Well, there's a couple things. First, it's modernity. The number one thing that stops fertility, that tanks fertility rate, is women's liberation and birth control. So the minute they have access to those, the fertility rate immediately drops. You also have the problem that immigrants tend to be strivers. They want to increase their socioeconomic situation, and the classic way to do that is to have fewer children. It's always poor people and rich people who have kids. It's the middle class that usually reduces its fertility rate in order to decline. So this is just a nexus of factors that are going to basically destroy your attempts to raise the fertility rate through immigration.
Would it cover just the general loss of workforce for like a generation?
Sure, but it also creates the problem of we're phasing these jobs out as quickly as we can with AI, right? So, like, yes, in theory, you're replacing your workers, but will they have a job long enough for AI not to put them out of business? And when they do, you just brought a bunch of military-aged men who are unemployed into your country. What do they do next?
Oh yeah, good. Yep, that's where my mind was going to. That maybe don't even speak English. Who knows?
Deporting is the solution.
Yes, deportation.
And to fix birth rates, ban porn.
And good.
Yep, on the list.
Yeah.
I was gonna say good border security.
All right, we're back. No. Weird. Now, episode quick. Switch. Just chatting for a minute. News. See what this man has to say.
I have to put the jacket on for this episode. It's going to have everything you need. A little bit of bombshell polling, which shows you all the propaganda you've been under has been just that, propaganda. A little bit of shenanigans going on in DC. Something's up. I'm going to allude to that at the end of this episode. And then, of course, we got to talk about some really interesting things that are going on in a little itty-bitty thing called a feud inside the Democrat Party. It turns out that virtue signaling, you better be the purest and most pure form of anything and everything that they desire at any one moment amongst the shifting profile of political importance, or else you will meet the demise of the cancellation squad. This is going to be great. I mean, you guys are not going to believe it, but Jazzy's involved. I know, it's going to be an incredible one. Who would have seen this coming? Of course, hit that like button, subscribe to the channel, turn the notification bell on. Without you, we are nothing. And thank you all for joining us. Over 125,000 people have joined us in the last 5 months as we continue to push forward for our country, saving it together. And thank you all for being here with us and continue to send this out and basically do the notification jobs work for it. As always, you guys are deputized, of course, in the happenstance that these pesky lefties, the leftists, wander in. You guys handle the chat, I'll handle the camera work. We'll meet in the middle, we'll save our country. Good talk. All right, here we go. I've got the jacket on, you guys can see it, it's popping off. It is about to get real in this episode. And as always, chats, comments, emojis make the world go round. Once I pin it, you know the rules. We're going to start off with the stupid. And oh, do I have some stupid for you guys. Everything is pinned. We are off to the races. Okay. You guys can, of course, follow me on X at BradenLOA. I would love to have you there just as a backup communication. But let's get right to the appetizer. The stupid is strong with this one, and it's not this young lady right here. She's actually doing the reaction video. But I wanted to kind of tag on to the top of this actual concept and commentary she adds for credit. This is Isabel Brown. This is not anything that I own or anything of that nature. She just does a really good job, but the content is what I want to hit on, because if you're here for stupid, oh, do we have some for you. Who's up for forced sterilizations? Yeah. Bear with me. Let's keep going. Welcome to the party. Chats, comments, emojis. Let's get it.
It's the fact for me that these people are actually serious.
Mandatory vasectomies for baby boys. Yeah, I said it. And if that made you flinch, good. You won't want to miss part 2 either. Trust me. You want to solve half of society's problems? Start there. Because here's the truth. Men don't want to wear condoms. They don't want accountability. They want raw. And when the baby comes, they say, oh, it's not my problem. So fine. Mandatory vasectomies. Problem solved. Abortions, they would drop overnight. Date rape pregnancies, gone. Single motherhood, cut in half. Generational trauma, reduced. And crime? Crime would plummet. Because fatherless homes are the #1 pipeline to gangs, violence, and prison.
All right, so I have to stop it in the middle. Guys, call me old-fashioned, and I know I'm going to get a lot of either support or just comedic relief in the chats. Call me old-fashioned, but we used to call that just church. I mean, man, how do you stop teen pregnancies? How do you stop, out of wedlock situations, single motherhoods? Of course, not all of them. All situations are different, but in general, how do you stop the fatherless homes going directly to gangs and other crime? Yeah, we used to call that organized religion. But now, apparently, the solution is just forced sterilization on any male. Now, how do you identify what a male is? That's a different question. We're not going to get into that whole chestnut. But for now, the big brain idea is we're just going to sterilize all the males because, well, they have sex with women later on in life. Yeah, there's about 8 different ways this one goes off the tracks, and I'm only on level 1. Okay, but let's continue because this brainiac, Einstein, the master of population, is got something else for us too. Watch this. You wonder why they aren't reproducing, guys? I mean, like, my God. Okay.
Fix the fathers, fix the future. This one move would take women out of survival mode, kids out of poverty, and society out of chaos. And the only ones mad would be the ones that never wanted accountability in the first place. So yeah, call it savage. But if we snip the problem at the root, we'd finally see what society looks like when women aren't carrying it all.
So the solution?
Okay. Come here. Guys. Call me crazy again. But if you sterilize all the men, as in all the baby boys, the ones that identify as such. I got you, lefties. You're not going to have any babies. And civilization will cease to exist. Pause for dramatic effect. But yeah, damn it, you stop those fatherless homes because you stop fathers altogether. Man, these guys are on it. Talk about just paragons of thought. Whew. Man, titans in their time. All right, I got a super chat right over here. Bert Bellinger with a $19.99. Thank you very much, Bert. I appreciate every single one of you guys, all of your engagement and involvement. Mike Yu with a $1.99 says, let's get spicy. Well, I have the jacket on. Don't worry, that is coming in this episode. I honestly, guys, come here. Actually, go there. Like, I've got so many tabs up there. I don't know how we're going to do it, but I think that we can. I feel that the fortitude from those that came before us with their blood, sweat, and tears to build this country. Oh, guys, news alert. Deputies, get into action. We've got a leftivist over here. You guys know what to do. I'm going to keep on with the show, though. All right. You guys can type your retorts with amongst my melodious voice of freedom, issuing basically just refuting of everything that they say. Okay, now this one right here, guys, that's we've gotten past the whole sterilization thing. Other than that, we're just going to go into a little bit of a feud. It turns out that the lefties in Texas running for Senate, they were so nice for so long. Well, now they're going at each other. And wouldn't you guys would never believe this, but it's the race card. I mean, like, what? Who would have seen that coming? Okay, here we go. Here's one of the little talking faces of masculinity on the left. Tim Miller. Are the Democrats just planning on forfeiting the Texas Senate race because everyone hates each other? That seems ill-advised given the stakes. What's he talking about? Guys, what is he talking about? I'm going to give you a sample. This is Colin Allred. Just so you guys know, Colin Allred is another guy who was running for the Senate race in Texas until Jasmine Crockett came in and said, sir, you may see yourself out. And then she took his spot right out from under him. That's who this is. Okay, well, he endorsed Jasmine Crockett, and he was very big mad at James Tallarico. I can't imagine why. All right, watch this, guys.
Morning, everybody.
It's cold out here, and I got some steam coming off my head because I'm, just finished my workout. Got some steam coming out of my ears, too. I understand that James Tallarico had the temerity and the audacity to say to a black woman that he
Not
had
the
signed up
temerity.
to run against a mediocre black man, meaning me, not a formidable, intelligent black woman, meaning Jasmine Crockett. Let me just break this down into a few segments here. First of all, let me just give you some free advice, James. If you want to compliment black women, just do it. Just do it. Don't do it while also tearing down a black man. Okay? We've seen that play before. We're sick and tired of it. We're tired of folks using praise for black women to mask criticism for black men. That's not good for our community. It's not good. It doesn't work, and we know what you're doing. Okay? So if next time you want to praise a black woman, just do that. Leave black men out of it. Just leave a lot of things out of it. Second of all, did you ever have a coach or somebody, a leader in your life tell you that when you make an accusation, you often have a bit of confession in it?
Oh, I wouldn't crack that door open on the left. just saying. By the way, keep on putting up the good fight in the chat comments, guys. You're deputized. Make it work. I saw Autumn made an appearance. Constable Autumn. Do I need to give the other guy a rank? I don't know. We'll figure it out. Kyle Ledick with a 199 super chat. Thank you very much. Let's keep on trucking. Back to the point. You guys, we are working together towards freedom, and I love every second of it. Okay. So we're going after race cards. That's basically where we're at. So you can't compliment a black woman by putting down a black man from the other Democrat in the race. See, this is the problem. You have a Democrat over here, a Democrat over here, and a Democrat over here. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
All three of them are vying for the exact same Democratic nomination for the Senate race in Texas. Okay? All the progressives and all the Democrats, well, the progressives all want Jasmine Crockett, but they really just want to win, so they don't really care that much about Jasmine Crockett. So they're telling her, girl, please get out. Then the other two were like, well, it's kind of cool, but I'm more pure Democrat over here. I'm more pure litmus test on this issue. I'm more favor of the progressive of this issue, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But they're bad. It's all about litmus testing because they're going to eat themselves because there's no end and no depth that is untouched by the purity test of the left. They always do this. Wait until I show you the other tabs up here. I got tabs on tabs up in here. But here we go. Let's keep on going. That was just a sample. Hold the phones. Robbie Bravel with a super chat of $50. They are literally sick. Fight. Okay. We're getting a little spicy in the chats. Okay. I'm just gonna keep on trucking. I trust you guys. I can't watch the whole thing. Here we go. Tim Miller. This is the same guy again, the masculine model on the left, who's whoa. Every statement put out by every person about this controversy has been atrocious. This is the Texas Senate seat. What are y'all doing? They don't like it. As you can see, Emma Vigeland, this is another far left progressive. This one is on Sam Cedars' show. Like literally, they call themselves comrades when they call in, okay? Like it's not like Democrat light. It is like socialist world. How refreshing. Jasmine Crockett finally focuses more on personal feuds. And I'm not going to read her statement. I've got everything linked below if you want to see it. But guys, they're just eating their own. They always eat their own. No one's ever pure enough. No one's ever good enough. No one's ever progressive enough. It's never ending. And I'm freaking here for it. Anyway, let's keep on going. I've got a little bit of a break. I got a super chat to catch up to. Horsepower and Gunpowder, $10 super chat, says, the race card only applies when it benefits them. Race doesn't matter unless it fits the leftist narrative, Braden. It will not change. I didn't say it would change. I'm going to be honest with you. We all kind of know. Like, come on. Anyway. I've got a lot. Wait, hold on, man. I really want to get into the chat a little. I feel like I'm missing out on a party over there. I don't know why. I feel like you guys are doing a lot of the work for me, yeah, and I really want to jump in here, but I feel like you guys got it. I can't. Oh God, I really want to, but I can't. Anyway, let's keep on trucking. We've had our break. Now, if you are new here, and if you're one of the few lefties who has decided it is your moral duty and obligation to get in here and disrupt the chat, I bid you the best of luck because we have many, many, many amazing deputized viewers who will engage with you politely, but will engage with you. We will defend the honor of our chat, so Godspeed to you. All right, and if you are new or you are, on the freedom side of the equation, hit that like button, subscribe to the channel, turn the notification bell on. Of course, chats, comments, emojis make the world go round because we're about to go into a really spicy one. They're not going to like this one. They're not going to like this one a whole lot. Every bit of this they probably won't like. In fact, I can't find a single iota that they're gonna. Let's drop right into it. This one is just funny. So, there's been a little bit of a expose, and even the New York Times, we'll get a little bit in front of it, even the New York Times is kind of getting a little uncomfortable with the Democrats' financial position, okay? Because we're going into this, guys. You know how these shows work, right? Incremental, all right? Here we go. This is a Fox News segment that I just want to hit really quickly. This is from a link from today. Watch this.
Democrats finding themselves in a deep financial hole as the midterm campaign kicks in. A report showing the RNC holds a nearly $100 million cash edge over the DNC. Democrats ending last year with about $17 million in debt.
Only $100 million.
Mark Meredith reporting on that now out of D.C. What you find out, Mark? Good morning.
And Bill, good morning to you. The midterm elections are only 273 days out, and there's new filings with the Federal Election Commission giving us a better idea where both Democrats and Republicans stand financially. The Democratic National Committee says it is in debt following the 2024 election. It owes $3.5 million. Democrats say they have $14 million cash on hand, a number far lower than they had at the start of 2025.
The future Democrats
As the New York Times
for
points
failure.
out, Democratic officials are privately growing alarmed about the National Party's financial position. The DNC chairman says, though, there's no cause for concern.
Okay, before you listen to the propaganda and the spin, like my personal experience, when you see 2026, when you see the New York Times, which is like one of their trial balloon outlets, and they're starting to say things like Democrat officials are privately growing alarmed about the the National Party's financial position. That means they've been alarmed for a while, and they're just now floating the trial balloon, saying, "Please God, someone give us money." But anyway, let's keep on trucking. I've got that article. I'm going to show you a few pieces here in a second, but this is all part of the equation that you're not supposed to see. This is not the droids you're looking for. Look at the propaganda. Don't look at the real story. That's what they would tell you. But let's keep on going.
Just keep organizing, keep fighting. We are going to win. Don't be complacent. Get out there and do the work. And we're going to have a big year, and we will put a check on this madman's power.
Republicans who retain control of both the White House and Congress are in a much better position financially. The RNC says it has $95 million cash in hand and no debt to report. Over the weekend, Texas Democrats celebrated a special election victory in what's considered a deep red district. Democrat Taylor Remitt won a special election for the Texas State Senate. It's a district the president won by double digits, but Trump says it's not his fault.
Not involved in that. That's a local Texas race.
I mean, like, come on. The shoe fits. You just got to smile and laugh. All right. This is the whole thing, guys. And this is what I've been trying to tell you. I've been trying to sound the alarm, bang the gongs. I'm trying to do everything, make as much noise as I can because the propaganda is deafening. Like, deafening. I've told you multiple times, the only time I've ever seen propaganda louder and more intense than it is right now is when they were pushing Kamala Harris as far and fast as they could with hope and joy. I mean, Tim Walz, Spirit Fingers, Beyonce, Megan Thee Stallion, all those, that like whirlwind of like 6 weeks. Yeah, that's the only time. But anyway, check this out. RNC enters 2026 with nearly $100 million edge on DNC. That's the Republican National Committee versus the Democrat National Committee, if you are curious about those three letters for each. Y'all, in politics, that kind of edge is a significant thing. That's a big thing. Watch this. This is, again, New York Times. This is not me. Democrats have struggled to raise money, as is often the case for the party out of power, but the depth of their financial hole against the Republican National Committee is noteworthy. My God. This was the Republicans. It would be like, the Republicans are dead in the water. They've never had as few of money since inflation started attacking us after Nixon got us off the gold standard. They're so done and forever. They just need to start investing in silver and hide in the mountains. I mean, like, you know how this works. Anyway, watch this. The Democratic National Committee is entering the 2026 midterm election year at a staggering financial disadvantage, trailing the Republican National Committee by nearly $100 million, according to new federal finance disclosures. The Democratic National Committee entered 2026 in debt, thanks Kamala. It reported $14 million in the bank with $17.5 million in debt. That's because they went into debt to push the people over in Virginia and in New York. That's why. Putting the party in the red by roughly $3.5 million. In contrast, the Republican National Committee had $95.1 million and zero debt. They went Dave Ramsey up on this. Y'all, that is significant. Okay? Maybe I haven't laid it out enough for you. Still, the depth of the Democratic Party's financial hole is noteworthy. For instance, the RNC had $38.8 million entering 2018. That was the last midterm with Donald Trump in it. They had $38.8 million. Now they have $95.1 million. At the end of the first year of Mr. Trump's term, the DNC was in the red at the time with about $500,000 more in debt than cash. But the financial gap between the two parties was less than half of what it is now. Y'all, they had roughly 20 million. Republicans had 38.8. Now it's 95-4. I mean, like, this, God, mercy rule would apply here. Anyway, let's keep on trucking because I'm just building this narrative. Guys, this is the part. If you're just now tuning in, we're almost at 2,000 viewers right now. Hit that like button, subscribe to the channel, turn the notification bell on, tell all your friends, send it out amongst all your socials. Help defeat those pesky leftivists that wander to and fro looking to basically turn the country into Russia. We're going to do this together, guys. Chats, comments, emojis make the entire world go round. Here we go. This is a pivotal point of this episode, so please stay tuned on this right here. Actually, before I do it, super chat real quick. Robbie Bravo with a $20 super chat said, Tinder is bad when you live with bad decisions and intentions. Stay moral and live well for all we the people. In the end, a nation must protect its own self from its inside out. He's talking about the first segment, and that is a good super chat. All right. Let's get right back into it. This is so crucial and important. Again, these are not the droids you're looking for. Don't look at this. Don't look at the stuff that Braden's showing you on the internet. No. That is bad. Look at what I'm telling you. Look how doomed everyone is. Look how black-pilled everything is. Look at the sky is literally in falling mode. Yeah, about that. Republicans, 38, Democrats 30, plus 8% Republicans on generic ballot poll with swing voters. Swing vote. Come here. You know why that's important? Because swing voters are just like independent voters, only fancier. Swing voters swing both ways. Independents are like, y'all both suck, I'll choose one later. But swing voters, the ones who are actively voting, the ones who are actively engaged, there's an 8% swing and advantage for Team Republican on the swing voters. Really? That's funny how I didn't hear that in any of the talking heads, any of the media, any of the pundits on X, any of the pundits on CNN, or any of the paid propagandists. That's really weird. You would think that'd be important. These are not the droids you're looking for. All right, let's keep on going. I'm going to make that reference like 8 more times. It's okay. It's okay, guys. We're going to get through this together. This one, I'm telling you, this is going to backfire on the lefties, the Democrats. This is the nonstop push that ICE is the Gestapo and Trump is the new Hitler. It's going to backfire because right here, I'm going to show you multiple polls and multiple images and multiple infographics all supporting this point. Here we go. Stunning new poll just released finds nearly a supermajority of Americans want mass deportations to continue, 61% to 34%. I will say that again for the leftivist, 61 to 34. In the Senate, that overcomes the filibuster, and that's a little wink and a nod to some of the segments we're going to talk about later because something's brewing in D.C. 58% oppose defunding ICE. 54% want ICE to continue operations. 73% say entering the U.S. without legal permission is breaking the law. You want me to run through this step by step for you? And I'm gonna, because this is important, the amount of propaganda you're under. 58% oppose defunding ICE. That means almost a supermajority of the people polled that would be representative of the population from an A-plus pollster are saying that, yeah, don't defund ICE. Do you think it's any coincidence that all the lefties and the moderates in the Democrat Party were saying, for the love of God, don't defund ICE because it's just like defund the police, and that was egregiously bad? And then Chuck Schumer comes out and says, nah, we're not going to defund ICE, but maybe like some mask removal and maybe a camera or 2 and maybe a warrant or 3. Like, there's a reason, y'all. These things aren't just happening because rainbows are taking dumps on rainbows. Rainbows taking dumps? Unicorns? Unicorns taking dumps on rainbows. I mean, like, it's not out of nowhere, okay? Let's keep on going. 54% want ICE to continue operations. Again, this is why they tell Democrats, hey, stay out of Minneapolis, even though you have good intentions to go and get a clip for yourself. This is why. 73% say entering the U.S. without legal permission is breaking the law. You know that whole talking point of only go after the criminal illegal aliens? Well, 73%, 3 out of 4 in the United States, think that if you come into the country illegally, you are breaking the law. Do you understand how damning this is for the entire propaganda push they've been pushing? I mean, done. Finito. It should not exist anymore. But good luck, Democrats, separating yourself from the far left progressives who demand ICE. And not in their beverages. All right, let's keep on trucking. I got even more and more. I'm just getting rolling, guys. Hit those like buttons, subscribe to the channel, turn the notification bell on, chat, comments, chats, emojis. They make the world go round, and plus it makes the chat more fun. So make sure the deputies have all the fuel they need to defend the honor of the chat. Okay, here we go. Harvard-Harris poll. This is not a Republican poll. This is a lefty-left poll. Harvard-Harris. Overwhelming supermajority of Americans oppose the lawless, chaotic, and dangerous sanctuary policies that have protected criminal illegal immigrants and fueled the mob violence and criminality in places like Minneapolis. Enough. This is basic common sense. You remember when I showed you John Fetterman, who was saying that the sanctuary cities experiment has failed? They can't do it anymore. It doesn't make sense. Again, it wasn't because unicorns were sliding down rainbows. It's because the polling of the population goes, no, you can't do this crap anymore. You want me to make this bigger and larger for the lefties in the back? Here you go. Do you think that local officials should hand over to immigration authorities criminals in jail who are here illegally, or should state and local officials not turn over criminals for deportation? Yeah, why don't we just pay for them in our jails? That makes sense. Then we'll release them back onto our streets. Yeah, totally makes sense. There's a reason 75% of the population is like, that's stupid. Anyway, 67% said hand them over. 33% said don't hand them over. Are you catching a theme? I'm going to scoot back over here real quick. Where'd it go? 30% of the Democrats for swing voters. Where'd it go? The 73% say entering without legal permission is breaking the law. That means 27%. Then you've got, and I'm doing the differences here, then you got 33%. The percentage of the American population, and this is really important, so stay with me on this. The percentage of the American population that is considered progressive or liberal, you know, the blue hairs, the septum rings, like the woes, right? It's about 32, 33% of the population. That number keeps on showing up, and everyone else is like, y'all are freaking crazy. You're not alone. That's what I want to drive home from this episode. You're not alone. You're not out in a cornfield screaming at the sky. You are literally in the majority of people, but because the propaganda is so intense, you would think that you are the only person who's like, am I crazy? No, they're crazy. You can see it right there. And more importantly, let me zoom in right over here too. Look at that. Independents. 62% of independents are like, get them out. Bye. This is like political common sense. This is the easiest thing to see unless you have either a septum ring or you have a blue hair syndrome with a severe side effect of TDS. There's no way you don't look at this and go, holy crap, we need to back off this immediately. There's a reason. There's a reason that it's all happening, and it's all coming out. Told you it was all going to come out. It is all coming out. Here, look. The 62% of independents, does that remind you of anything over here? 38% of swing voters. Then we go back over here to all of these percentages. A supermajority of Americans want mass deportations to continue. 61% to 34%. The same numbers, the same percentages, the same ratios are showing up again and again and again. You are not alone. You are not insane. You are not desensitized. You're not a Nazi. You're not a fascist. You just actually have some scruples and principles that you've pretty much stood to and you made your decision, and now you're evil because the children are upset at the authorities. That's what you're looking at right here. Told you I got the jacket on for a reason. I'm just saying, when this jacket gets here, watch out, because I can't control myself sometimes. But, oh, I forgot, we got even more in this segment. Hey, look, another one. All right, we're going to keep on driving. And guys, if I'm over the plane, let me see some planes, some targets, some chats, some emojis. I need that engagement to get this thing over the finish line because the notification bell today was extra lazy. All right, here we go. Here's another one. Do you support or oppose deporting those illegally in the U.S. back to their country of origin? Support, 61%, 34%. And look at the breakdown. Look at this. Net support, Democrats, minus 42. Everybody else. I mean, like, honest to God, Democrats are like, no, evil. Independents, Republicans, swing voters are like, could you just, hey, come here. Don't listen to the crazy lefty over there. The rest of us are like kind of with you on this one. Can we like just like, y'all, this, honest to God, like I'm really trying to show you what they're doing to you through these propaganda pushes because it's damn convincing. But the real reality is swing voters, independents, and Republicans are all like, why are they like this? And then Democrats are like, we're not like, what? You're stupid. I mean, like, that's all I can think of. Goodness gracious, look at this. This is just wild. Republicans, independents, swing voters, overall, plus 27. Democrats, I don't want to. I'm taking my ball. I'm going home. Y'all, you're not alone. This is the whole point. And honest to God, this is the most crucial piece of where this is going to backfire. Because every single swing Democrat in every single swing district is looking at this and going, oh, shit. And every single Republican in the swing district is going, sweet. The White House is doing it. The House is doing it. The Senate is doing it. They've got $100 million cash on hand. They are aligned with the public perception. And the Democrats have $4 million liquid cash available. And they're on the back end, on the worst side of the public perception on this thing. They've made their signal issue. After affordability, which fell through the freaking floor. After the Epstein stuff, which they had their fingerprints all over it. It fell through the freaking floor. And then after ICE 1.0, which was back in the beginning of last year. I mean, y'all, I'm telling you, this is what's actively happening. But they won't tell you that. Because this is what they don't want you to see. And I just showed you this. It's just, I duplicated this. Sorry. It's all linked in the description box below. You can parse it out yourselves. All right. Now, this is something that I just did a video on a moment ago. Now, remember, all the context that I just showed you, everything that I showed you, from the polling to the perceptions to the independents to the swing voters, the Republicans, and then the rest of them, the Dems, right? Every single one of them are looking at the stuff that I'm about to show you right here and going, what in the actual F? Because now, the new governor in Virginia just set the new precedent that if you murder somebody, or you're a criminal, or you're a robber, if you've committed assault and battery, rape, whatever it is, if you serve your term in that state, you get to be put back out onto the streets. Back into the American streets. Not across seas where you should be because you came into the country illegally. No, you get automatic amnesty because you're in a sanctuary city. And these are the examples you're going to see over and over and over and over again with that $100 million that the Republicans have over the Democrats. Watch. This is what's going to happen right here. I'm calling it now.
These immigrants out of the prisons, it is safer for everyone, not on the street operations. So it seems like Spanberger, she didn't get the memo?
I guess she didn't get the memo because we had a great partnership with Glenn Youngkin and his team on the ground there to make sure that when these criminal illegal aliens who are in the jails, in their custody, once they serve their time, that we are notified and they can be turned over to ICE to be released back into their own country. But Kaylee, I want to give you one example, and your viewers one example of a direct response to this. There is an illegal alien that we arrested from El Salvador in September of last year. He was arrested for strangling with an electric cord his 8-month-old sister.
Oh my goodness.
She was killed because of the policies, because of these new sanctuary city policies out of Virginia. Once this individual serves his time, he will go back onto Virginia's streets because we're not allowed to be notified. That is absolutely heinous, and Virginians are going to be a lot less safe because of this policy.
And here's kind of what I think I said this in my prior commentary on this exact segment earlier today. Here's the thing, and I'm gonna go big screen for this, and then I'll hit the super chats that just came in. I'm like doing like 8 different things. Bear with me. Everything's fun and games when you're on Team Democrat and you're on Team Blue when you get to criticize what everyone else is doing. But the second that anyone asks or even hears a policy idea or a policy provision or a real world implication of any type of policy that comes forward from the Democrat Party, they have a flashback to 2020 through 2024 where they're like, oh God, never again, please God, no. The clip I just showed you is just a small taste of that. You're going to see this on all the ad campaigns for all the Republicans, for all the RNC. That $100 million is going to play clips just like this when they're letting out people who strangle, they have not yet, these new policies will apply to this individual, who would strangle an 8-month-old baby, not the ones that were forced sterilization through vasectomies, just the different one, right? They can just kill anything. They can rape anything. They can do anything that they want as a criminal, not a person. As a criminal in general. And after they serve their time, they're back out on the streets. How's that make you feel? I mean, if you're in a blue state and you're in like literally a brain dead operation, is this a good idea? Because that's not going to play well with the population. I'm showing you all the polls. This is where it's going. Okay? Let's keep on trucking. Again, when the jacket comes on, guys, it's a situation.
Trisha, that is insane what you just told me. And I saw on your Twitter feed that in New York, this is just likewise insane. 6,947 illegal aliens with criminal records were just let out on the streets of New York right behind me.
That's exactly right. And we saw the same out of Minneapolis, which, of course, we're trying to solve for. I'm so glad.
So, I mean, guys, literally, all you have to do. Here, let me do my best Trump impression. I'm like channeling the future real quick. You're going to get a little bit of this. Here we go. This is what he's going to do on a podium. Did you hear what they're doing with the criminals? Oh, it's terrible. We tried to stop them, but those lefties, they didn't see it coming. Tom Homan came in there, gave him the old what for, didn't you, Tom? Where are you, Tom? There's Tom. It's exactly what's going to happen. Then they just let him out on the streets. They just, you know what? It's stupid. It's dangerous. I don't know why they hate you, but they do. It's pretty crazy. And by the way, let me know how I'm nailing this, because I think this is the way it's going to go. And it's literally just going to be that. And it's the easiest thing in the world. And it's, well, Donald Trump tried to get all the people out of the state, and then, you know, liberals wouldn't let it happen. That's what's going to happen. Okay. I got to do these super chats real quick. Robbie Bravo with a $10 super chat says, get them out. Yes, we do not stand alone. It's our country. We must protect our sovereignty and our children. And that children piece is key, because, you know, we have them and we fight for them. Just saying. Grunt 9899. Requiring a warrant to arrest someone who is doing something illegal sets a dangerous precedent. Will they then require a warrant to arrest someone who is actively robbing the bank? I don't know. I mean, they're letting criminals out. How can I know about warrants? It's just wild. It's absolutely wild. All right. We're going to keep on trucking. Pretty good impression. Thank you. Thank you. All right. And guys, we are just now getting going, because again, this is the type of stuff that's going to get played. I showed you all the polling, and if you didn't watch it, go back and watch about 5 minutes ago. Everything's linked in the description box below, so you can distribute out yourself, or you can just save yourself some time and share this video, and then like it and subscribe it, and you can comment, chat, emoji. You can do all those things too. But this is what's going to be playing right here. Whenever they go to MS Now on Morning Joe, and they start crowing about how pure they are because they don't work with ICE. Meanwhile, the population's like, could you stop being dumb?
We're not using our local police. I need them to protect the communities and not have this distrust. And this is what we're hearing, that people are not distinguishing between local police. And we try so hard here to have a positive relationship with our communities of trust. And I want my police going after the murderers, the rapists, the gun traffickers, being available for emergencies. And if they're off, they're being deputized by ICE under these agreements that just a few of our counties are doing. They're being distracted, and I do not want that, and I'm not going to be supporting that, and we're going to change the law in the state of New York. If you're not using our local police, I need them to protect the communities.
It's really straightforward and simple, guys. Like they're just going to play clip after clip after clip after clip of every single Democrat saying that it's out of step with the population. They're letting criminals back out on the streets. I mean, literally, that's it. It's it. It's just like the border when Biden was like, it's perfectly fine and closed, and 12 million people came over it because he was short-circuiting. You know, it's not hard. By the way, editor's note, or production note rather. I see the crazy copy paster has gone. You guys handled that situation. Good job, deputies. When in reference to Constable Autumn over there, be kind, be corrective and accurate, but be kind. There's hope in her. There's hope in her yet. I think we can convert her, guys. I think we can convert her. So be kind, but be truthful. All right, let's keep on trucking. I look forward to seeing the chat on the replay on this one. All right, this one. Actually, I do need a break. You know what? I need to straighten the jacket. Get comfortable. We're about 35 minutes in. Now's when we get to something brewing in DC, y'all. Because this part of the episode, I'm going to do a follow-up tomorrow. This is literally just now breaking through the top line surface tonight, and more details to come. Lots of tabs, but there's going to be a fight that's brewing all around the filibuster. That's the ultimate end destination, the filibuster. And if you are familiar with the filibuster, that's the thing that requires 60 different votes in the Senate to even start debate, okay? They're talking about adjusting it, not getting rid of it, adjusting it. And this is a very, very, very important thing that you need to be aware of. Again, a full video will come tomorrow. There's lots of back and forth that's happening. I'm getting little snippets of them leaving White House, leaving Congress. Pay attention, because you're about to see something really important, okay? Not here. I'm saying in the next several hours. It's going to start dropping. Just make sure that subscription and notification bell is on. Here we go. Chuck Schumer just announced Democrats will block any attempt to pass voter ID and citizenship to vote in the Senate through the SAVE Act. It's DOA in the Senate. It imposes Jim Crow restrictions on voting. That sounds familiar, right? Jim Eagle, Joe Biden. He admits to, I can't say that part. That's conjecture. Nuke the filibuster enough of these games. And this part right here. Representative Luna has a procedural move to force the SAVE Act under any government funding bill. Now, where this is interesting is because it passed out of the Senate, went back to the House, and now the games begin, okay? The games that we're talking about all revolve around the Senate filibuster. If the Senate filibuster stands, nothing's going to get done. I've told you that multiple times. Legislative is off the table. It's obstructionist or nothing. That's all it is, okay? So if the filibuster gets adjusted, which they're calling the zombie filibuster, it's going to make the Senate actually function. Again, this is like knife's edge. It's just now coming out. They're trying to draw the line on you have a problem with being a citizen to vote. I'm failing to understand the problem. You have to have an ID to prove you are who you are. I'm failing to see how that's Jim Crow. I'm sure people will tell me in the chat. I got some leftivists. Loyal leftivists, by the way. I do appreciate the loyalty. But what you're talking about here is literally just, I'm going to shut down the government if you try to say that citizens are the only ones that can vote. And it's like, well, then what? That doesn't even, are you hiding it anymore? Okay, let's just keep on trucking. Because that's where we're at right this second. Chuck Schumer, the SAVE Act is nothing more than Jim Crow 2.0. God almighty, Jim Crow 2.0. That is from Biden. If you weren't here, you didn't miss much. That's the summation. It would disenfranchise millions of Americans by asking them to get an ID. Okay. Every single Senate Democrat will vote against any bill that contains it. Speaker Johnson should tell SAVE Act Republicans to stand down, or else this shutdown will be on them, blah, 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 blah. And here is an interesting thing where he starts talking about citizenship avenues for all 11 million people who walked across the border illegally. This is the line they're drawing. I've already shown you all the polling. I brought you this point for a reason. Let's watch. Chucky, take it away. No?
Workers, we have a population that is not reproducing it on its own with the same level that it used to. The only way we're going to have a great future in America is if we welcome and embrace immigrants, the dreamers, and all of them, because our ultimate goal is to help the dreamers, but get a path to citizenship for all 11 million or however many undocumented there are here.
So it's just amnesty and mass citizenship. That's exactly what Spain just did, by the way. So if you're watching geopolitical events, that's a good one to watch. But he just said it out loud. We just want population. Our people aren't reproducing anymore, so we need to get more immigrants in here, and then we want them to have citizenship. And even though they broke the law and they skipped everybody who did it the legal right way, we want them to have citizenship because then we have a chance again in the Electoral College. Because in 2030 they know they're not going to, and I'm going to enjoy every second of it too. But honest to goodness, that's what you're seeing. They want amnesty for all of them. They just say it out loud. That's Chuck Schumer. There you go. Block voter ID. We covered that. This is the part where it gets interesting. And if you stay till the end, this is a very, very fascinating turn of events right here. Because you know how this works. Donald Trump says something, Republicans respond. Donald Trump says something, Democrats grab their pitchforks. That's pretty much how it works. However, I want to show you something that he's telling the Republicans to stand down on because it blends into something else. Again, this is all happening tonight, okay? Trump is now rebuffing House Republicans' calls to the SAVE Act to be attached to the funding bill. There can be no changes at this time, Trump says. So what he's saying in this post, and again, it's linked, I'm not going to read the whole thing. Basically, don't change it as it came out of the Senate and don't put in the SAVE Act. This is really important because if Donald Trump says, don't put it in the bill, that means the SAVE Act doesn't go in the bill in this pitch, okay? But what it does is it goes into the next segment of this. The other house, or the Congress, watch this. Senate Leader John Thune calls on the House GOP to pass the funding bill without the SAVE Act, exactly what Trump just asked. Pledging the SAVE Act will get a vote in the near future. And this next part is really important. Pay attention to this. Thune should be preparing to nuke the zombie filibuster if he is serious about securing our elections. The zombie filibuster, really important. You're about to see the left start to lose their minds because the zombie filibuster is the filibuster style they have in place. What's happening now, and again, this is all developing as of an hour ago, so I will cover this a lot more as details become available. Anna Paulina Luna reveals Senate leader John Thune is moving towards nuking the zombie filibuster to pass the SAVE Act. Okay? The reason that this is important is because they're not nuking it forever, they're changing it. At least that's what they're talking about. I've got a clip right down here in a second. In exchange, Luna and Representative Tim Burchett are backing the funding bill. A standing filibuster means 50 votes are needed after Senate's finish debate. This is the point right here. Currently, all the Democrats have to do, or the Republicans have to do, if they're not in power, all they have to do is say, nah, we're not doing that. We're not in debate. We don't accept it. There's not enough votes. Eat dirt, right? Older filibusters, where you had to stand there and talk the whole time, and you had to talk and talk and talk and talk and talk. And then finally, when all the senators had had their say, then they take a vote to basically say, are we opening a vote on this or not? Is debate closed? It requires 50. The zombie filibuster requires 60. This is important because the logjam that is our legislative process revolves around the 60 threshold filibuster. If they're talking about getting rid of that zombie filibuster and making all the Democrats talk, that means that they would have to have, if they had 48 senators in the Democrats, they'd have to talk for 48 days straight if each one of them did 24 hours. That would effectively be what it would be. But it would put a ceiling on it versus a in perpetuity. That is what is interesting about this entire thing. Because as you can see, the zombie filibuster right now means senators don't have to stand and debate. And Mike Lee has been pushing for this. This is why it's very interesting, because J.D. Vance plus 50 GOP senators, the Save America Act becomes law, and voter ID and citizenship to vote are not negotiable. That's what they're talking about doing. Not getting rid of the filibuster, but they're talking about getting rid of the zombie filibuster. This right here is a clip. As you can see, this happened tonight. Again, this is breaking stuff. I don't have all the details yet. I'm only getting the top level. But you can see this shot was shot tonight. There's Anna Paulina Luna and there's Representative Tim Burchett. I want you to pay attention to what she says here, because what she says is very important. Listen to this.
And Representative Luna and myself are not willing to allow that.
So based on your discussion, it sounds like you're moving towards.
Yes, based on our discussion right now, we're moving towards it. Also, we got assurances on the standing filibuster, which is incredibly important. I don't know if you guys remember when I was talking about inherent contempt. A lot of people.
Okay, she just said something really key, and she said it quick, so it kind of just kept on going. They got assurances on the standing filibuster. The standing filibuster is the one where they're physically standing. The zombie filibuster is when they're dead in the ground and they can just keep going forever. Okay. All I'm saying is you've got these two who are pushing to John Thune to say, get rid of the zombie filibuster. You got John Thune who says, we're going to have a vote later. Just don't put it into this budget bill because it'll mess everything up. So we'll have an independent vote on this later. And then you've got the president saying, hey, don't put it in this bill yet. We'll have a vote on this later. And I'm just telling you, when all of these things collide, something's up. I can't tell you what's going to happen. I can't tell you where it's going to go. I can't tell you when, timing, anything of that nature. I can just tell you something's up. But you know what? We're going to get through this together, no matter where it goes. Zombies, standing, lefties, righties, blue hairs, septum rings, forced sterilization of all males born, wherever it goes. We're going to follow all the way along that line, because we are about pushing freedom on this channel for this and the next generation. And I thank each and every one of you for showing up and being here. The deputies in the chat, well done. I saw a lot of flying chat. I couldn't read it all, but I trust you did good work, defended our honor against those pesky lefties and the leftivists. And Constable Autumn, if you're still here, there is hope for you. There's good in you. I sense it. But it'll take time, just like Novocaine always works. Listen, guys, I love each and every one of you just the right amount. I will see you.
You already logged off. Ooh.
Let's get to the news and start to dissect what is happening in this land and what God is doing in this great land, and what is the state of affairs of Zionism and the land of Israel. The greatest story ever being told in the present. Awesome.
The possibility of a U.S. strike against Iran is moving dangerously closer.
What do you mean by dangerously closer? You mean closer? Okay, I could live with closer.
Yeah.
It's not dangerous to us. It's dangerous to us not to act.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Let's not be scared. Bad guys got to go. And you know what else? We got to get used to the idea that we can get rid of the bad guys. That can happen. We just got to believe that. We got to believe that we can get rid of bad guys. We got to because we've got this thing in our heart that we don't think that we can actually live without them. We get addicted to them. And I can give you many Torah sources for this idea that we get addicted to the bad guys, like King Saul, who could not get rid of the bad guys. He didn't want to destroy the Amalekites all the way. And that is a disease. So we got to actually believe in our heart that, yes, we can get rid of the bad guys in toto. And so therefore, it's not dangerously close. It's dangerous not to strike, both for America and for the world, and certainly for Israel. We can believe that there can be a world without bad guys, right? And by the way, the bad guys, they definitely believe that there can be a world without good guys.
Yeah.
The bad guys, like the Nazis, they believe that there can be a world without the Jews and without Israel. They really believe that. Haman, he believes there can be a world without the Jews. We have to start believing that can be a world without bad guys. Isn't that kind of a deep thought? That bad guys can believe that there can be a world without the good, but sometimes good cannot believe there's a world without evil. That is a flaw. As our friend at ILTV says, it comes dangerously close. We should be not afraid of a world without bad guys. Let's get back to ILTV and check out this issue of the dangerous strike against the Iranians.
Iran wants to negotiate, but has also given Iran a direct deadline to accept a deal he considers as fair and just, including a deal in which the regime gives up its nuclear weapons.
Okay, so definitely, it's like either go time, strike time, or it's deal time, right? Look, we all know President Trump. Why do we all know him? Because he has let himself be known to us, right? He has allowed himself in his mindset to be known to us. And I think we could all understand that President Trump would love to cut a deal. He doesn't really want to strike at Iran. He also is afraid of, I don't know. There's a lot of his buddies, if it's the Turks and the Saudis, etc. They're all afraid. The Saudis are afraid that oil price will drop and they'll be poor. And there's other reasons why they're afraid. Nobody in the region wants one player to definitely be the beneficiary of a strike on Iran, and that's Israel. Nobody, including people in the White House, really wants to see a too powerful Israel. Everybody's afraid of that. If it's the Muslims writ large and the Christians writ large, and plenty of Jews as well, are afraid of Israel being big. And I'm telling you that that's one of the main reasons why there may not be a strike against Iran, because they're afraid of the big beneficiary will be Israel. So I am therefore skeptical whether there's going to be a big strike. On the other hand, you don't bring this much metal, physical metal, into the Persian Gulf and into Mediterranean, the Red Sea, in order to just, cut a sweet deal. It's got to be something more. But as the title says there, Iran war is indeed looming. We'll see what really happens.
This is the goal for Donald Trump, and according to the American president, failure to agree to a deal will lead to military action. Have a listen to Trump's latest remarks on the matter.
Are you giving Iran any kind of deadline to make a deal before potentially taking
Only
military
they
action?
know for sure.
Have you communicated that to them
Yeah,
directly?
I have. You could make a negotiated deal that would be satisfactory, but
Hey, man, you are looking schnazzy. You are dressed to party, bro. Party. You are dressed for Mashiach, for Messiah out here. You're just looking spiffy. You're awesome. You're on the airplane. You're gonna party, and you're here to take out the bad guys. So, God love you, and do the right thing. But at least you're ready for the ball. I like that.
no nuclear weapons. They should do that, but I don't know that they will. But they are talking to us. Seriously talking to us.
Okay, so there, President Trump telling us and admitting to us that the Iranians are indeed in negotiation, meaning to say they've not closed the door negotiation. They're negotiating. They're really talking Let's keep going with ILTV.
Trump added that an armada is on its way to Iran.
Armada. When Jews hear the word armada, I get a little nervous. I don't know. Is it a Spanish armada? Who's the armada? But you know what? This armada is here to take out jihad. That's a good thing.
A U.S.-guided missile destroyer was seen this morning off the southern port of Eilat. As additional naval and air assets move into the region, all this signals that Washington is positioned for rapid action should the ongoing talks collapse. But the regime, they are threatening back. Ayatollah Khamenei said this morning that if the United States were to open a war front against Iran, the escalation would be regional.
I heard that this guy Khamenei is in a bunker somewhere. I'm guessing that the escalation is not going to be regional. I'm guessing that fighting the Iranian regime will actually put them all in their little doghouse, little scaredies, if they even survive it. And I think that that's all bluster from a monster. And it's time to get rid of the bad guy. And let's pray to Hashem. Let's pray to the God of Israel that the evil will be eradicated and that this moment is the beginning of the eradication of evil in this world. So Bezrat Hashem, you know, and sometimes it's even better when the bad guys come out, right? It's better when the Hamans, they hang out behind the scenes. That's their trick. The question is when they get in front, right? When they out themselves, do we bop them on the head? We got to bop them on the head. We got to finish these guys. Yes, there can be a world without bad guys with the help of God.
Moving on to Gaza, where, as promised...
Now, wait a minute. Before we move on to Gaza, what should be the next bunch of lines that this gal from ILTV tells us? What should you expect to be the news? You got all these ships. They're coming in to strike at Iran at the head of the jihad. The next few lines should be, and Israel has done its part by destroying Iran's face, Iran's arm here in Gaza, and has taken it over and has completely gotten rid of forces that are pro-jihad, pro-Hamas, pro-Muslim Brotherhood, pro-Iran, and Israel is just smashing them and is in control because we're leading the way you have to deal with it with the jihad. Is that what she's about to say? Not exactly. Let's hear what she has to say.
The Rafah crossing is opening today, symbolizing the official transformation into Phase 2. Foreign aid trucks and ambulances were seen piling up by the border crossing this morning, waiting to enter the Strip.
How many of these ambulances have arms in them? 90%, 50%, 20%. How many of these fat new vehicles? Look how new and shiny they are. The Rafah border crossing. Look at those shiny new cars. They're so shiny. It's so suspicious how shiny they are. And I'm telling you, and look at the checkpoint there. Do you think that checkpoint is going to make sure that these ambulances don't have arms to sneak into Hamas? Remember what I said, that it should be that Israel's in control of this site? No. We're opening up the Rafah crossing, which means that tons of stuff is going to flow into Gaza from Egypt, from Qatar, from Turkey, and Israel has not won this war and has not finished off the job. Phase 2 means less Israel, more jihad. That's all that means. So not a very happy picture for those who want to see the destruction of jihad and the victory of Israel when we see Phase 2 phasing away our victory.
As Israel and Egypt work to ensure the crossing is used lawfully. The crossing will...
Oh my God. What did they say? That the Israel and Egypt are working to make sure that the crossing is used lawfully? Oh, wait. Help me remember this. Isn't it not true that the Rafah crossing and the tunnels underneath Rafah were used to arm the October 7th terrorists in the years prior? Yes, it is true. And so that's how they work. They arm themselves.
Actual news.
In case you guys don't know, I myself actually made a very viral tweet about the Marvel Rivals drama. This was another scenario where a man goes around a bunch of women, is completely normal, and then all of the women freak the fuck out and try to get him blacklisted from everything. A tale as old as time. And this one is no different. This shit was fucking pathetic, man. This is like low-key a little bit old news, but the other thing is that CC still thinks that she can keep going despite being a massive turbo bitch. So I'm down to run their name through the mud a little bit more just for fun. Let's get into it.
Massive day for the unemployed. We got a $40,000 Marvel Rivals drama.
I hate so TLDR. There was a $40,000 Marvel Rivals tournament, and for some reason, all of the women in the call wanted to treat it like it was Fortnite casual play, and the one guy wanted to take it seriously because, well, it's a lot of fucking money, and they all call him a piece of shit, like manipulator, abuser, like garbage human being, and they get him banned from the fucking tournament. Ridiculous. Fucking ridiculous. That's more money than you guys make in your entire life. You know what I mean? Like, they are playing for big fucking money here.
Kingsman.
Well, I'm sorry. I'm not playing for vibes when 40K is on the line. I'm sorry.
And got kicked out of a $40,000 tournament, basically for just telling his teammate to switch off Black Widow. And the girl you saw earlier was the evil that made it happen.
I was kicked out from a $40,000 streamer tournament. If you guys do not know, Basim ZB is hosting a tournament called the Deadpool Creator Cup. It's where 48 creators are all coming together in order to show Deadpool and play the new season for a cash prize of $40,000.
It's a lot of money.
Sponsored by NetEase, and I was removed from it. Now, do not harass anybody you see in this video. If you go to their...
You know what the worst thing is? Whenever a creator says, do not harass or send anyone hate from this video, I understand that some might mean it, but you have to understand that even if you do say it, people are going to do whatever the fuck they want. Like, you know what I mean? Like, this sometimes has the opposite effect where they're like, oh, don't send harassment. On it. So you get a quick virtue signal, you wipe your hands clean, and you say, hey, I told him not to, and they go do it anyways. That's why the internet is a funny place, because what you have to realize is it doesn't matter what you do, it doesn't matter what you say, whatever these anonymous people on the internet want to do, they're gonna fucking do despite you saying that. Okay, so guys, please don't send any hate or attack Enviosity, okay? Let him move on. Let him move on. He's just a lowly mint picker.
Stream.
Jesus, man, relax. Okay. Basically, if you don't know what Marvel Rivals is, it's like Chinese Overwatch, but for gooners. Okay, I'm joking. Let's give them...
Emma Frost. Why the fuck am I in this video? Emma Frost is the greatest Marvel Rivals character. Widowmaker is the greatest Overwatch character.
Floor to the #1 gooner on the internet, Asmongold.
He is not! What the fuck? Asmongold King Gooner? Oh god, now I'm thinking about Asmongold masturbating. Fuck. No, he's fucking not. That was me, bitch. Bro, I fucking gooned so hard I couldn't even get hard to have sex in real life. Is that a flex? Yeah, I shouldn't have said that anyways. I'm better now. I'm better. I've reformed. But remember, I was one of the greats. Probably Lucari's probably the biggest gooner on the internet. I mean, bro gooned so hard he might end up in jail.
She was talking shit to him. She was degrading him, calling him a loser. But now whenever they face accountability, now they're the victim. Nope.
Oh, no. So what did bro do to get kicked? Let's find out.
Okay, guys.
8 out of 200 ping.
Taste and point proven right now.
This guy's 18-2. Hard.
This guy is fucking owning. Holy shit. That is fucking crazy.
Carrying the bags on his team. This girl doesn't even have a kill.
Do you understand?
Dude, when you're 0-5, oh my god. I didn't even realize it was bad. 0-5 is Widowmaker. Or sorry, Black Widow. Do you know how much balls you have to fucking suck? At this point, I'm sorry, bitch. Get the fuck off the DPS and go heal. These people are lucky. They don't have to run into a real misogynist like me. Because if I did, I would make sure that fucking Discord kitten would get the fuck off that roll and heal daddy. Okay? Because this bitch is doing fucking nothing. Straight up. These women have it too good. They always say misogyny, misogyny, until a real misogynist walks in the fucking door. Okay? Get on the DPS. Start healing daddy. Okay? Be a good girl. Be daddy's little kitten and get on fucking Mercy because you can't play shit.
No, well, you've been making me play shit. Of course I'm gonna play.
How do you not see the problem right now?
Yep.
Wait, first of all, it's that ass Kingsman.
Chad, is that too soon? Also, Can we acknowledge, guys, they don't even have a fucking assist. I would actually love to watch Zaza Stacks POV during this tournament. I would love to watch
Dove left and right by Spider-Man.
You're doing too much. It's not even on Invis. Second of all, you're getting value because
No. She shouldn't be dead.
Yes.
I'm getting value because I'm 1v6ing.
40 grand is a lot.
Them saying, "Oh my God, bro, there is nothing."
they're
worse. I don't know how many. Okay,
extra
chat, type
open.
one if you've ever played video games with women before. Sorry, women. Okay. And I want to make this very clear. It's not all women, but it's always women. How many times have you seen a woman go into a fight, a unfavorable fight, die, and then you carry, clean up, and they say, "I distracted them." Oh my God.
Yep.
All you did was go in and feed. All you did was go in and feed. Distract? What the fuck do you mean distract? Holy shit. Bro, get back on Mercy for the love of God. Maybe you can handle Lucio.
A lot of money, and imagine being on a team with like 3 or 4 girls. GG.
No thanks.
Bro. Yes, Zaza is 0-5, but we won the point, bro. Why? Because they were hard. Like 4 people are dying here. That means 4 of their util, 4 of their resources.
2 people are diving her.
On Zaza.
Bro, Black
Yeah,
Widow
literal
has
cope.
like half the HP of a tank or support. It's not like they're like, "Oh, Zaza, I'm going to go fight them." Oh, God, I'm getting hit. Oh, I died, but we got her. It's literally, "Oh, Black Widow's out of position." Bang! Okay, back to the team fight. That's like, hello? Like, it takes like a quarter of a second to kill her. I fucking
seriously.
hate these people who are just so cope out of their fucking mind. Anyways, not all women. Jesus Christ. No, guys, let me explain. Guys.
Not all
Your
women,
Honor,
just
let me
most women.
explain to you why being 0-5 is actually a good thing for my team. Okay, shut the fuck up.
Reminds me of the VCT game changers in Valorant. All they got is yap. Rightfully so. Kingsman told this 0-5 Black Widow to get off the character. So this is CC, their team captain. And bro, this is just the tip of the...
Pretty privilege. I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. Pretty privilege.
Really, I think she's awkward
So
looking.
many women think they can do no wrong because they're like a 4 out of 10 on the internet. Straight up. No matter what they do, they've been treated like a princess their entire life. They can never be fucking wrong. They're always right. Everyone's mean. Everyone's manipulative. And I am a queen. Oh my God. Shut the fuck up. Holy shit. Oh my God. Jesus.
The iceberg, because she was digging herself a...
Now, I don't call that pretty, but the internet does. I mean, holy shit. The amount of mid women I've seen praised on the internet just because they're like anorexic female. Oh, and they're probably Asian too. Like, oh my God. They're the hottest thing in the world. It's like, bro, go to the gym. Go to any of your local gym, hang out there for 2 hours. You will see 10 women hotter than the hottest women on this platform. Get the fuck off the internet. Go to a gym. You will find the hottest women on the internet. It's the truth, guys. I'm sorry. It's the truth. The internet has such a boner for Asian women. It's ridiculous. With, by the way, 18 pounds of mud on their face. Anyways, moving forward.
Grave on Twitter like never seen before. She made a response to the Kingsman video, and to say that the comments were hating on her would be an understatement.
I'm making...
You know, with the way that I'm talking right now, I understand why I lost my case. Anyways, moving on, guys. Moving on.
This video in response to Kingsman's video, and also to all the chatters that are going to come in and ask questions again. I'm just going to direct you to this.
Yeah.
And it's the last I'm going to speak about.
We're not going to watch this the whole time. I don't want to listen.
And she changed her voice.
Most of these women are LARPers anyway. They didn't play video games until it was trendy during COVID. Get off the game and do
She
your husband's
raised the
business.
pitch of
This is
her
the type of stuff
voice.
she was saying.
I want to remind you guys that this woman considered her a Marvel Rivals player and went into a tournament 0-5. I went into a Valorant tournament. Where I downloaded the game for my first match. I never touched it ever. And I won the entire tournament. And in the last round, I went 9-2. And I won, what, $50,000 off that shit. This woman has dedicated her entire life to Marvel Rivals, and she went 0-5. Holy fuck. They call me the Great Wall for a reason. Jesus, what a joke.
Lol. Glazing Kingsman for what now? Y'all gonna lose. Kicked out y'all best player, lol. He did it to himself.
Shut
Got your
the hell
best
up.
player kicked from the team. Goodbye 40K. Hello good vibes. 3K. And we've got better players than vibes now. Not to be sexist, but only deranged women on the internet would choose vibes over a chance at winning 40 grand.
Did you guys know there's going to be a $40,000 Marvel Rivals credit tournament happening next Sunday the 18th? And I get to be team captain.
And guess who's never gonna be team captain again?
That's what I was thinking. Putting all that energy to become top 500 on PC and controller. I'm pretty sure he spent all 20 years of his life inside playing video games, which is why he lacks social skills.
Here we
Bro,
go.
you're in a 40...
What she means by lack social skills means that she's not being babied like every other man on the internet does the moment they hear someone with a high octave voice. I'm sorry, bro. I know you have all these women who want to talk about how hard it is to be a woman on the internet. Bro, you get access to infinite money the moment you throw your shame out the window. And the moment you talk on VC, you're going to have an army of simps coming to you, doing your every fucking beck and call, bringing you whatever the fuck you need, carrying you in every fucking dungeon, giving you the fucking loot, because they get turned on by helping out women. Okay? Let's just be real. It's easy as shit, and I'm tired of pretending like it's not.
$1,000 tournament. You want the dude who's chronically online and never getting off his computer. You get the best chance to win. Yo, Kingsman suckers. Screenshot this. Y'all think I ain't see the toxicity in the Kingsman Discord? W not spreading hate from the mods and Kingsman community. And holy yappe festo. 12 million views and only 2.7k likes. I'm sorry I failed to realize that I need to take proper accountability on here as well. Many of you saw my replies and they were defensive.
Oh, and by the way, fellas, if you want the easy mode to success on the internet, just get a big titty VTuber model and then get an AI voice changer. Congratulations, you're a millionaire. Deal? Give me 10%, okay? Give me 10%. It's really that easy.
Acting and argumentative. I was busy fighting to defend myself, and I've deleted them now because I've realized what you guys really wanted from me was a sincere apology. It's not a sincere apology if you're doing it because you think people want it. Alright.
True.
Put this slop into Marvel Rival terms. As a Marvel Rivals captain, I hard-locked Defend the Widow OTP like it was ranked. Forgot I was supposed to manage humans. Let scrims devolve into voice chat Avengers Civil War. Snapped at Kingsman. Read chat mid-tilt like a goblin and somehow preached good vibes diff. And even after the initial situation calmed down, CC continued to bully Kingsman and speak ill of him across social media.
True.
CC has a history of attacking other players and talking trash.
True.
And again, her apology was garbage booty cheeks, but the responses, comedy gold. Jarvis, show the dislike ratio. Hey, yo, look, she thought we were finna agree, LMAO. You're pathetic, bro, LMFAO. Voice changer plus PNG tuber avatar to make you look innocent is wild,
True.
LMAO. Did you make your voice higher in pitch to sound more innocent, LMAO? You're like the CEO of not taking accountability.
Dude, the 20,000 likes on that shit is insane. And why is this just Box 2 with the wig?
Like saying disrespectful things about the tournament, like us as a team, and like saying we were gonna lose and all.
And you did, bro. You lost every fucking round because you kicked off your best player because the vibes were off. Holy shit. How the fuck are you supposed to win when you're 0-5 and you won't swap?
All that stuff and like...
Bro, look at the score. It's 0-3. You did lose. And then she started to shift the blame onto some other guy.
Like while we were in Discord and saying like, oh yeah, we're gonna lose. And these guys, my team sucks. And then he was talking about like how some other tournament he's in was...
Oh, guys, man bad. Yes, girl. Yes, they said man bad. Oh my God, it was the man's fault. Shut the fuck up. Jesus, bro, get a grip.
Like way better. And I think Basim was just not taking that disrespect. And low-key, like I didn't want that disrespect either. Like I didn't want someone on the team that was just constantly gonna like talk us to his chat.
This so serious, even the debunker got involved.
I mean, this Buster is 050. I would have been kicked out the day of then. I would have told that fucking Buster to uninstall the video game. 050, my game is crazy. Chat, do you know that the KP rate for kills in this game is like 90%? Like, if you're part of the game in any capacity and and somebody dies on the enemy team, 90% of the time you're gonna get either a kill or an assist off of them. 100%.
True.
It's like 90%. Everybody's part of every kill, which means if you're 050 and your DPS is 18 kills, you haven't logged into the game.
That's what I'm saying. You have to literally try to play that bad. Like you have to. Dude. That was 050, and they were trying. I would have to literally run away from every fight, find a corner to sit in, and then self-suicide with grenades 5 times to get a score that low. How the fuck you get 0-5-0 in fucking Marvel Rivals? How in the fuck? Like, damn, bitch, get on Jeff the Shark or something.
Your computer's not on. There's a problem with your computer.
On no ego whatsoever. I feel like if you put me into the Marvel Rivals game, despite never playing, I'd at least get 1 assist. You know what I mean? I'd pull 1 out. I understand everyone has bad games, but bruh.
Oh, and I would like to mention, I believe I was Diamond in Marvel Rivals. Or maybe I was Master. No, I was the one above Diamond. I don't know what that rank was. I hit it live on stream. What rank was I in season 1? Grandmaster? I can't. Okay, I was Grandmaster in Marvel Rivals. I did this on stream with my buddy Shinya and Laurel. They carried the fuck out of me. It was great.
0-5. This is your job. Lock in. It's like the ninja thing. How do you allow kickers that just miss kicks?
Weird how women manage to ruin everything competitive in these team game. I think this does have to do with the fact that they're women, and I'll explain why.
Oh, yeah, of course it does. It absolutely does, because women are treated far too well on the internet, where they're put on pedestals, and then the moment somebody talks to them like they're a normal human being, they freak the fuck out, right? Because everybody babies them, and this is how it goes with every issue with women on the internet. These women, they have these fucking egos that are out of fucking control. Everybody gets in their ear who fucking suck their fucking dick all the time, and they say, you're perfect, you can do no wrong, and then somebody talks to them like a real human being, and they say, oh my God, am I being abused right now? Oh my God. Contact the authorities. Like, bro, 0-5-0 is fucking insane. I'm sorry, bro. You were getting shit on if you were 0-5-0.
Holy cock. Buckle in, boys. We're going to hear something crazy.
It's because they're being hostile and aggressive, and the moment that somebody responds that way, they claim that it's misogyny.
There it is.
You're using your identity as both a sword and a shield.
Yep, there it is.
Nah, y'all just horrible people. 57K like.
Everyone thinks this guy's ivory exploders like a bug. That's just what happens.
That's such a good point. You're so right about that. And we're still gonna play Widow. I need this for my college. I need this for my college. I have about 6 or 7 more years.
Guys, there's 40K on the line, and I could really use this money for college. Could we lock in CC?
Of course they're going to do that. It's a $40,000 tournament.
No, they're not.
Talk some sense into these guys, because they don't want to run triple support. But every team will.
The crazy thing is, bro was right. Anyway,
I can't believe these people are actually shitting on somebody because they need to win a tournament because they need money. Like, let me... Are you guys cool if I virtue signal real quick? Are you guys cool with this? I'm gonna virtue signal right now, but this does come from like a good place. I don't know how the fuck anybody survives in current America. It's fucking hard, guys. It is, and genuinely to not, hearts go out to you guys. I can't even fathom how to get by as a human being who has to work like a minimum wage job. Like, I know that people who are working minimum wage jobs are probably still living with their families. Maybe they have a 200 square foot bachelor home who dream of being able to make, $200 extra a month just to have a cat so they're not so fucking alone. It's a hard world. It is. And shitting on someone because they're poor and it not being a joke is just fucked up. You can't hate on people for trying to get a bag because the world is fucking hard. It is. It's genuinely fucking brutal, dude. There are so many people where their lives, they wake up, they eat some food that makes them feel like shit. They go to a job that they fucking hate where they're treated like garbage and they get $8 an hour for enduring most likely some form of harassment from their boss and being talked to like they're less than shit. Go home, and the only solace they have is maybe an hour or 2 of video games before they have to go to sleep again in their probably non-temperature controlled box, and then they have to live that day over and over and over and over again and pray to God they get a promotion or pray to God a family member dies and passes their wealth to them. It's horrible. It's fucking horrible.
Yeah.
So I'm not going to hate on a homie for trying to fucking get a bag, doing something that he actually loves, and these women are fucking stupid as shit for guilting him.
I was a bit curious, and I decided to look into this Kingsman guy to figure out how good he actually was and why they weren't listening to him.
I hit rank 1 on PC with a controller. No, this is not clickbait. No, it was not early season. I actually did hit rank 1.
This mother is literally rank 1, and they're still not listening to him.
That's crazy.
Atlanta
It's because he's a man and men are bad.
Fox made a TikTok about the Kingsman drama. How Kingsman felt.
This guy is like this guy is like fucking what is he? He's like Krillin not listening to Goku. You know what I mean? Like Krillin's like, shut up, Goku. You don't know how to do the Kamehameha. Let me show you. Right? This guy's Yamcha not listening to fucking Broly. Like, holy shit. At a certain point, pull your head out of your ass.
After watching his own...
Man, this drama pissed me off. They're so lucky I wasn't here. I would have farmed the fuck out of this. I would have farmed the fuck out of this.
Old team get destroyed in the Rivals tournament. No way. Kingsman went live and just made more than $3,000 in literally 5 minutes of the stream. I still have faith in the world.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah. Kingsman drama is so stupid because in what world do you think he's in the wrong? He's got a teammate acting toxic on Black Widow, going 6 and 8 on 200 ping for 40 grand. On top of that, he's genuinely making good suggestions, and they just tell him to shut the f up.
Yep.
Y'all got that. Even Tectone chimed in.
Hey, free my nigga Kingsman. He straight up didn't do nothing. May the power of my Genshin Impact baddies bless his soul. That's CC bitches, straight up a...
CC and Zaza setting women back in the gaming industry. The Marvel Rivals community is really exposing themselves today. Yuck.
Yep.
You not getting a DM from CC or Zaza, little... This girl C...
Wait, WestJet just said it and then censored... Wait, we heard him say it. Holy fuck, this guy's based. Holy shit, wait, he just straight up said it and then censored it. This guy's fucking based. Damn, bro. Damn. Shit.
CC cooked her career before it even started. On behalf of Marvel Rival Girls, we do not claim CC. Oh no,
Yep.
CC getting backlash after the Kingsman situation. Response. No. Like the video if you think this girl's a should subscribe to the channel if boys rule and girls drool.
True. Boys go to... Wait, what is it?
All right, I called on the stream here. Thank you for everybody that stopped by and hung out for the little bit that I could stream for. And yeah, we'll try to do it again tomorrow or some other day soon. All right, God bless and have a good night.